Okay, we're just getting things set up, so bear with me for a few moments. I need the YouTube URL of the video I've just started streaming. What's that done? That goes into Discord. Flight plan, copy flight plan. Don't need that. And we're looking good. Send now. Join the chat room in Discord. Ready to fly. And I need to make sure I'm on live weather. Real time live weather. All's good. Whoa, it's snowy up in Andorra. Okay, let's just make sure that the throttles are configured correctly. That's good. That's good. This needs to have the okay. Parking brake is working. Obviously we don't need undercarriage controls in the Kodiak. So let's have a little look at this airfield. Oh my word, it's snowy. So we're going to pull out over here and let's see which direction the wind is coming from. Hopefully we'll get some people joining us in a few moments. I may have to check volume levels quite often during this flight. So wind direction is 2 knots, it's nothing, is it? Okay, so I'm just pulling up a view of the live stream on a second screen here. Or a second computer, I should say. This is going to be fun. Hopefully. Okay. I'm going to need some fuel today. Quite a lot of it. So if I fill this up to 80%... Actually no, I'm going to fill it all the way up to 100%. We've got a long way to go. There's somebody flying around already. Okay, let's go and get this aircraft sorted out. Oh, before we do that, I'm going to post this same invitation I just posted into Discord. So hopefully we'll get some people joining us on the Virtual Flight Online Discord server along the way. But I'm going to go and post the same thing into the Facebook group. So I'm going to go to the Virtual Flight Online Facebook group and post the same invitation. So, hi all. I am going to be live streaming. You're welcome to join me. Here's the list of that. Post. There we go. So then I'll go and get rid of the browser. I don't need that to be there now. Minimize Discord for now, and let's get this aeroplane ready. So fuel cutoffs for left and right wing are opened. Cutoff valve on the central pedestal is opened. Let's move the fuel to low idle. Get the yoke out of the way. Battery master to on. Avionics and auxiliary buses to on. Get rid of the warning. Generator to on, alternator to on. Ignition on, starter. And goes the engine. Starter to off. Calibrate the altimeter. We are still getting advisory flashing. This was happening yesterday. Well, while I'm here, I'm going to go and switch off the auxiliary attitude indicator, well, standby attitude indicator, sorry, this one, because it just kills frame rate, and we don't actually need it, we're not going to use it. Somebody is asking in the live chat, where is the Iberian Peninsula? It's the southeast side of Spain. So, and the coast, Andorra as well. So, we're taking off from Andorra. So, if we have a look on the map, so this whole peninsula along the coast of Spain is what's known as the Iberian Peninsula. I was just looking out the window. There's something quite amusing happening. Somebody went out a few minutes ago and threw scraps out for the birds. Some bits of bread. Somebody's dog has run over and is eating all of it. There's a green just outside our house. So yeah, some little wiry-haired dog is scoffing all of the scraps somebody threw out for the birds. I wish I could show you on the camera, it's quite amusing. So should we try and get to the bottom of this? What would cause advisory to keep flashing? Is that actually a bug? It's really annoying. I mean, the fuel looks good. Fuel flow is good. Okay, I'm going to go and change the controls ever so slightly. the at idle on the throttle, it's just dipping into being on reverse. So I think this has to be at 50. Done. Apply. Go back. Resume. Let's try that again. So if I pull that to idle. Yeah, that's better. Now, is it because we are at an altitude where oxygen might normally be needed? No. Cabin pressure system's working and the heating is working. This is a bit of a mystery. Is it to do with fuel mixture and the engine? Let's have a look. So high idle now and full pitch on the propeller, and the advisory still won't go away and it won't pop open and tell me what's wrong. This is normal. Engine inlet NRM is normal. It's just bizarre. Okay, let's go and just carry on. Get the wind showing up on the screen. Not that we have much wind today. So we are going to be taking off. Let's go and have a look at the map. So we're going to come out of here. We're going to take off runway 25. There's only 2 knots of wind. There's nothing to worry about. We'll just do a straight out departure, runway 25. Okay, let's come off the parking brake. Flaps to takeoff position. Someone's asking in the live chat which aircraft we're using. This is the Kodiak today. So I'm at La Cerdanya airport in Andorra in the mountains. We're going to be taking off, flying down to the coast of Spain and then following the coast of Spain throughout the day. I'm live on the West Europe server. If you wanted to join me, you certainly can. All you have to do is go and look at and if you look in the notes of the live stream, there's the sequence of airfields we will be following. RAF Harris is saying thank you for all your Zebo 737 tutorials. Absolute legend. Yeah, you're welcome. I haven't flown X-Plane for a very long time now. I need to get back into it at some point. Okay, let's go and get in the air. And we're just going to ignore that advisory. I think it might be a bug. Unless somebody chips in during the day and can tell me what I've missed. Okay, so just holding the aircraft on the runway direction. And rotate. And flaps up. And you can see we've got radar altitude here, which is really useful. So we're going to pull the throttle back to cruise. Turn and go and look back at the airfield we've just left. Do a quick circuit before we depart. So there's the runway that we've just left. This is also giving us the opportunity to get some altitude to climb out of this valley. I actually started this flight yesterday from, what was the name of the airfield? Let's go and have a quick look. From Girona, and the simulator crashed. Or should I say OBS crashed. So the stream broke down. Or it may have even been that YouTube, threw a spanner in the works. Anyway, we're not going to worry too much about that. Okay, we're coming up to 2,000 feet above the ground. Keep an eye on the outside air temperature. It's 2 degrees, but we've got the pitot heat on anyway, so we should be good. But we do have some icing controls. Hopefully we get down to the coast though and we don't need to worry about that. Okay, so we're going to be turning left, and this becomes obvious why I've been gaining altitude, because we need to clear these hills. Let's just sit down so we can see out of the window. If we follow this valley, actually, we should be good. Okay, let's go and get the autopilot sorted out. So there's the master control panel for the autopilot on the Kodiak. So we're going to press the heading knob, which centres up the marker for the heading. Going to switch heading mode on. Going to turn the yaw damper on. We're going to turn on altitude hold mode, which sets the target altitude to our current altitude, or the nearest 100 feet to it. And then we turn the autopilot on, and we get no surprises. So the airplane will straighten itself up and we can start sightseeing. So I am live on the Discord, on the Virtual Flight Online Discord server, and I'm not running transmitter. Let's go and do that as well. I'll explain what this is if you've not seen it in a moment. I wrote this program about, I don't know, a year ago. If we open a browser and go to Virtual Flight Online, you will see this community that I started building about a year ago, around the same time I wrote Transmitter. I started up Virtual Flight Online, 18 months ago. We do group flights, so this is the central point for the Discord server, so you get an invite into Discord from here. So you can see it goes straight into it. But more importantly, the transmitter program transmits where you are on the map. So obviously if you look on Spain, that's me. So if we zoom in, if I click on myself, there I am. So I'm heading for Girona at the moment. But the great thing about Transmitter, once you're running it, you can see who else is online and where they are in the world. But the really good thing about it is you can see the aeroplanes in little nav map as well. So you can see at the moment we're just flying out over the hills, and there are no other aeroplanes using Transmitter nearby at the moment. Hopefully later on we'll see a few. But the great thing is you get to see humans on the map in little nav map. That's the whole aim of Transmitter, really. So we need to take control. Just climb over this hill, or mountain I should say. What's the outside air temperature doing? It's 0. We need to be aware of that. Okay, let's get back down beneath this cloud layer. So we'll hand fly this on the way down. So we're just going to cut the throttle but not change the pitch. So looking at YouTube live stream, do you fly the A320neo? I do sometimes. I think there's so many people flying it though, there's not much value to putting videos out using it. If so, I've got some good routes if you like. To be honest, I just make routes up as I go. I often do group flights with a group called My Air. If you search for My Air Virtual on Google, you'll find them. And they meet up, they've got a Discord server, they meet up twice a week. So when I can make it, I join them and we do group flights, and they do simulated air traffic control as well, which is great fun. So, you know, you get sort of 5 or 10 pilots flying the same route as each other with air traffic controllers guiding you along the way. So it's kind of like a more casual, relaxed, chatty version of VATSIM, where you can actually have a conversation with the controllers and have a laugh, rather than it being very strict and following guidelines very strictly. Yeah, My Air is good fun. If you want to join a much more relaxed group flight, Virtual Flight Online is probably one of the better options. I'm biased because I founded it, but we meet up once a week at the moment, so it's usually Sunday evenings at about 8 PM GMT, which will become +1 after Sunday. So we meet up, we do a VFR flight in GA aircraft somewhere in the world, usually a 150-mile route, and it could be anywhere. And it's usually, you know, we pick routes that are interesting, or, you know, interesting landscape or historic places. And the Virtual Flight Online flights, we typically can get anywhere from 25, 30, even 40 people following the route and having a chat in the chat room along the way. So you get quite an international group. We've done really well actually at stopping the idiots, if that's a fair thing to say. I don't know if anybody has ever looked in on the official Microsoft Flight Simulator Discord. When they do an event, you just get some absolute nutcases in the voice chat, and the moderators must have to work overtime. So we kind of stamped on that from the start, and, you know, at the start of every group flight, we have to kind of say to everybody, look, there will be no discussion of these topics, and we, you know, list off the usual things that you might see in the terms and conditions of a website. So we kind of set out our stall early, and we get a really, really good, respectful, friendly, relaxed atmosphere because of that. Okay, how are we doing? Shall we go for a bit of an explore along the way? Let's just follow around the back of this hill. So just pulling the throttle back to idle. Start following the valleys along the way. So a big reason for doing this flight today is World Update 8 was obviously released, which has improved the scenery along the Iberian Peninsula. So flying with live weather, I typically fly with live weather because you never quite know what you're going to get. It always makes it interesting. So if we do get storms and rain along the way, well, so be it. We'll deal with it. So I need to be heading left. I can't keep following this valley. So we're going to be cutting across the top of these hills. While we're en route, I'm going to have a bit of a dig around and see if I can find out what's causing the advisory to flash. MSFS Kodiak advisory flashing. Yeah, there's nothing obvious coming up in a Google search, certainly. Nick Asana is asking what level of graphics I am using. This is Ultra. So running a NVIDIA 3080 graphics card, which means I can just about get away with Ultra. And on my screen locally in the room, I'm running at 4K, which is being downrated to 1080p for OBS, or by OBS for YouTube. So the streaming software I'm using is called OBS. It's free. It's the best one I've found. Here it is, and you can see I can see the sound levels, which is really useful. Let's go and have a quick look at Discord. So I'm still the only person in here. You can see I light up on in the chat room when I'm talking. Okay, how are we doing? So we're getting there, heading towards Girona. I will apologise now for my pronunciation of place names along the way. I didn't do Spanish at school, so I'm going to leave quite a lot to be desired. I guess we could have some fun along the way and do some searches online to find out the correct pronunciations of the places. Looks like we might be heading into some weather in a minute, but hopefully the outside air temperature, yeah, it's warming back up. So we're up to 5 degrees, which is good. So torque and temperature are all well within limits. Just to give you some idea, if I push the throttles all the way forwards, you can see the torque has climbed right to the limit and the ITT is climbing. So I'm going to pull them back to cruise. Or pull the throttle back, I should say. Single engine aircraft. if we just increase the range on the map, I'm just going to go and divert down into this valley rather than fly over the top. Half the reason for staying so low through here is to avoid the clouds overhead. Okay, so we're nearly at our first waypoint. Okay, shall we see if we can get ATC for our destination airfield? Let's just move ATC out of the way. Tune, no, we don't want approach, we want just your own tower. Request touch and go.
You're on a tower Foxtrot. Oscar Juliet Juliet Kilo is 8 miles northwest, 1,500 feet with echo for touch and go.
Foxtrot, Oscar Juliet Juliet Kilo Girona Tower. Altimeter tree, 0.18 wind 018 at 19er. Make left traffic, runway 01.
Okay, so what they mean there if you look at the airfield here, the runway is that direction. That's runway 01. It's the runway that's pointing towards 10 degrees. Yeah. So we are going to do left traffic. That means turn left towards the runway. So we're going to turn right before we get there and then come in left. So we'll fly alongside the airfield. They will give us landing clearance when we are perpendicular with the end of the runway. So when we're travelling this way along the edge of the runway, we'll get landing clearance. Okay, just been told off because I was busy telling you that when I should have been telling them. So left traffic. So we carry on. You can see the airfield. Hopefully in a few moments. Just start coming off the speed a little bit. So obviously if the runway we're landing on is 01, then 190 will be the reciprocal of that. So we need to be flying 190 in a moment, so we will turn right. You can see the runway there anyway. So we're going to turn right now. Fly 190. So there's the runway. We're just turning to 190. There we go. So we can see the airfield. When we get level with the end of the runway, we should get notification of landing clearance. Or touch and go clearance, I should say.
Juliet, Kilo, wind 018 at 19er. Clear touch and go left, traffic runway 01.
Okay. Acknowledge clearance.
Cleared for touch and go runway 01 Juliet, Kilo.
It's always a bit tricky seeing out the window on these little aeroplanes. So cut the throttle to idle. And we're just getting into the area where we can use flaps, which we will do. Okay, speed is good. We don't want to get much below about 70 knots in the Kodiak. It will mean trouble. There's quite a crosswind, isn't there? Or it's just a strong headwind with a slight crosswind component. Okay, the briefest of touches. Flaps up. We'll continue the left traffic pattern and then rejoin our route and fly off towards the coast. Okay, so back to cruise throttle. So that was Girona. Yes, it's all default scenery. Someone's asking in the live chat, is that the default airport? Yes. I have not got any scenery add-ons other than World Update 8 installed. And all the other world updates, obviously. So I've just got the stock simulator. The only thing that's not stock here is the Kodiak. So I'm going to cancel. I'm going to acknowledge the clearance, but then I'm going to cancel. This is how silly this is. So cancel intentions. We flew through the same point in the air over the point at the end of the runway, so it gave us landing clearance again. Okay, well, we can do away with that now. Okay, so we want to go and follow our route now. So as we get closer to the end of here, the route will automatically march on to the next leg. So we're heading off across country now. So let's get the autopilot on so we can just do some sightseeing along the way. So we will engage. If we toggle altitude hold, it resets the target altitude to our current height. So we could say we'll go for 2,000 feet, please. And we'll center the heading marker onto our heading, go for heading mode, turn the autopilot on, and use vertical speed of 500 feet a minute, which we can see there, to go to 2,000 feet. So I can let go of the controls now. I'm just wondering why the current leg hasn't changed. I thought it sort of lit up. So let's go and look in the flight plan menu. And enter and roll this through. Menu. Activate leg, enter. Done the wrong thing now. Roll, focus, roll, roll, menu, activate leg, enter. There we go. Lee Rose is in the live chat, said, morning John, morning Lee. So I'm live everywhere, I'm live on YouTube, live on Discord, in the chat room on Virtual Flight, so we're looking good. Currently en route to the next airfield, which is going to be Barcelona. So we'll have a look around Barcelona. I'm not going to land at Barcelona. We could go to Sabadell, couldn't we, along the way? That might be fun actually. So let's introduce that into the flight plan. If we just do it here, it won't be on the official flight plan that I put in, but we'll... it looks like I have actually got it in the simulator, but not in the nav map, which is interesting. I must have forgotten to program it. Some amazing outcroppings of rocks around here, isn't there? So it looks like we're going to have some fun weather in a bit. Over towards Barcelona, it's looking quite horrendous. So we may have to stay low on purpose. You can see the rain falling in the distance in various places. And yeah, it's looking quite dark overhead. We might get, the plane might get a wash. Something we could do along the way actually to make this a bit more fun. Most of these waypoints along the way have got VOR stations, so we could use them to navigate. So we're going to go for this one. 112.00, which is the SLL VOR 112.00. Okay, so we go to the nav radio and we tune integers to 112 and decimals to 00. We make that the active frequency, and then the course knob now will turn the arrow on the CDI, and we can see that flicks over, so now both arrows are pointing the same way. That means that direction would be towards the VOR, and if we keep turning it, there we go. We know we're going directly towards it anyway, but now the CDI has lined up in the middle. That means the actual airfield is about a couple of degrees to the right of the direction of travel, but that probably, oh actually no, the wind is behind us. Okay, I'm not going to worry too much about that. But the way VOR radios work, if you didn't know, we've just used it where we turned the course until the needle, or the CDI center section, aligned in the middle, which tells you the direction to the VOR. But what you can do is say, actually we want to come in on a different angle, so we could say measure distance, and say we wanted to come in at 243 degrees into the VOR, for example. Yeah, so if you imagine doing that from further out, let's just go and get rid of that line for a moment, so delete that measurement. I'm just trying to think in terms of where we are. So if we did this and measure distance, yeah, it's 243 degrees again. So say we wanted to actually come in very specifically on the 243 line, what we can do is actually choose the course. So we've tuned the nav radio in, so the CDI is in VOR mode, so it's reflecting the radio beacon signal. If we change our course to 243, so you can see the course is here and the knob here changes it, we can see we are to the right of that line into the VOR, which we are. Yeah, so if we were to change our heading to go left, so say 210 degrees, this is just a bit of academic fun on the way, we can see that relative to our little aeroplane, the line will go is across our nose, and you can see the green line here is coming in slowly. So as we get closer, this is going to come towards the middle. When the green line is in the middle, we are over the top of the 243 degree line to the VOR station at 110.50. You can see it's even got the code, so it knows it's SLL, which you can obviously corroborate with your chart. So you can see as we get closer, we'll eventually fly over the top of the line, and when we fly over the top of the line, that green line will be in the middle. Now we know we are flying to the VOR because both of these arrows are aligned. Once we fly over the top of it, if we carried on going the same direction, this second green arrow with the black line around it would flip over to the other way, meaning we are flying 240 from the VOR, not to the VOR. So I've got several videos on YouTube about radio navigation that go into much more detail and describe, and actually illustrate those things happening. I'm not going to do that today. I just thought playing with VORs would be something to pass the time along the way. VOR stations in the real world are slowly being taken down because GPS has taken over. It's much easier to fly by GPS. The course deviation indicator, this compass rose instrument or symbology here, works the same for the flight management computer as well. So if we say CDI and press the button underneath it, it goes to GPS mode. So this is doing exactly the same thing, except you will notice the course doesn't do anything anymore. So when you're in GPS mode, it purely relates to your next waypoint. Yeah, so the next waypoint, we need to be flying actually 230 degrees to get to it, and we are to the left of the track on our flight plan, which we are. Yeah. So the nice thing you can do, if you press the nav button, for example, the plane will go and reacquire that line, so it will intercept the line towards the next airfield for us. So how far out are we? We're about 10 miles out. Should we ask for Sabadell then? ATC. So nearest airport list, Sabadell Tower please. And we want to request a touch and go.
Sabadell Tower Foxtrot, Oscar Juliet Juliet Kilo 10 miles east, 2,000 feet for touch and go.
Foxtrot, Oscar Juliet Juliet Kilo Sabadell Tower. Altimeter tree 0.15 wind 0 tree 87. Make left downwind runway 13.
So you can see they've given us, we can acknowledge
Make
that,
left downwind runway
3015 for our barometric pressure, so we can go and change that. So if we press this, that changes that. Oh, it's the outer ring here, sorry. 3015, so we just changed that. We've calibrated the altimeter to the airfield we're heading towards. So the airfield's actually over there somewhere. Remember, we are crossing back towards our track. So here we are here, look. So what are they saying? Left circuit, runway 13. So let's go and have a look at the map at that so we can make sense of it. So they want us to be turning left onto runway 13. So we will come in, turn right, they'll give us clearance, then we turn left and come into 13. So left, when they say make left downwind, that means basically, yeah, you're going to be turning left towards the runway. Okay, so we're 1,200, or no, sorry, 1,500 feet above the ground, but 2,000 feet above sea level. That weather looks quite ominous, doesn't it? It's quite dark. Hopefully that rain is further away than the airfield. Oh, it's the sunshine, isn't it? Poking through. So you can see here the direction we want to be turning towards when we get a bit closer is 3-1. So what we're going to do is go to heading mode. We'll center the heading marker on our direction and press heading mode. We're actually going to turn, this is a bit counterintuitive, we're going to turn to 210 degrees first. And we'll come off the throttle. Slow down a bit. Right, come off the autopilot. See the airfield down there. Should get clearance any moment. Remember, when we get parallel with the end of the runway, we will get clearance.
Juliet Kilo wind 0 tree 907. Clear touch and go left traffic runway 13.
Okay, we acknowledge.
Cleared for touch and go runway 13 Juliet Juliet Kilo.
And let's go and have a look at our speed. Yeah, we're going slow, that's fine. flaps are down. You obviously can hear the drag from them outside. Okay, take off again. Get the airspeed back, flaps up. Climb out. And we head for our next airfield. We're just starting a slight turn. We're going to cancel landing intentions
Tower,
now.
Juliet, Kilo, cancel landing intention.
Juliet, Kilo, your cancellation is received.
Okay, so now we're going to fly over the hill to Barcelona. Just trimming the aircraft out. So we're going to go back to cruise. Hopefully we're going to get some sunshine over Barcelona. Go and do a tour of some of the sites. So this tower on the hill is there's a castle and a tower next to each other. So hopefully if we fly in between the two we get to see both on the way through. So if we go and fly down and have a look at the Sagrada Familia and some of the stadiums maybe along the way. So this is a telecommunications tower. It's covered in dishes for antennas. And there's a very castellated looking residence on top of the hill. I'm sure if I was a bit more prepared we could find it on Google Maps and tell you all about it. Getting quite a lot of turbulence off the hill, which isn't unusual. We've got a 20 knot, almost a 20 knot wind from the left. Got a fairground in the garden. And there's the telecommunications tower. It's just a huge rack full of hardware basically. Okay, so here's Barcelona. We've arrived. Bit of a misty morning. So let's fly towards, there's the Sagrada Familia over here. The Gaudi Gaudi church. So I'm going to cut the throttle back to 50%. And we'll approach the Sagrada Familia and have a look at it. So obviously Barcelona has been done with photogrammetry. So yeah, all the buildings you see are absolutely as per the real thing. Let's go and Okay, whoa, the weather's closing in. Not the best day to do sightseeing in Barcelona, hey? Just starting to get pelted with rain. It's the is that the Olympic Stadium? I think it might be Olympic Park, isn't it? Okay. So I'm not going to go and land at Barcelona International at El Prat, because a Kodiak has no business being there, basically. It's a giant international airport full of commercial traffic. We are going to fly alongside it and have a look at it as we go by. So here comes the rain. Or I should say, we would look at it if we could see anything outside the window. It's just over here behind the pillar here. Or in in that blank patch of fog and rain and mist. There is an international airport, trust me. So let's go throttle back to cruise. It really is horrific conditions, isn't it? I think that's the tower you can see out there in the fog. Yeah, there you go, look, you can just see the airport in the rain, and there's somebody taking off in it. Oh my word. So, the next leg of our journey takes us along the coast. So let's get the autopilot back on so I don't have to hand fly this all the way. We're going to centre the heading bug up. We're going to toggle altitude hold to give us our current altitude and set the autopilot to on, and then we'll climb back out to 1500 feet at least. So I've just set the target altitude, then we vertical speed and we'll climb at 500 feet a minute. We're not in a hurry, it's flat here, we're not avoiding hills or anything. So we're just crossing over the edge of the runway, and in the rain there's the international airport. You can see some commercial air traffic down there. It's a big old 747 or something over there. And we're just crossing the approach, which is not the best idea ever. So we're going to change headings. To 240 degrees. Let's have a look on the map. So we've just flown straight across the flight path into El Prat, so it's not going to endear us with the controllers. So we actually want to be going 257 degrees to get to Reyes, which is our next airfield. Or we can press the nav button and the aeroplane will follow the track for us. So let's do that. So something we will need to be aware of along the way is the altitude of the ground beneath us. You can see that on the nav map, it can plot it for us. The reason this is showing some height here is because further in the plan we have got some altitude to deal with some hills, but we can zoom in to get a closer look at this. So we're good all the way to LERS, or Lima Echo Romeo Sierra Reyes. We shouldn't have any issues with the altitude we're flying at. And hopefully we'll come out of this weather soon. It's not great, is it? We started off in such lovely weather. But this is the great thing about having live weather, doing live streams, is you never know what you're going to face. So this area where we're just flying over is Ratpenat. Port Ginesta is just over here. That's Port Ginesta. Just crossing these hills, being thrown around a little bit by the turbulence, so we keep an eye on it. Make sure the autopilot can handle it. I don't want to get too high because in these weather conditions then there'll be nothing to look at. The water is streaming down the side of the aircraft. What a great day to do this flight along the Iberian Peninsula. Whose idea was this? Obviously you get this huge advantage with the G1000 that you can see what's coming, so even if you've got poor visibility you can still see, which is great. So hopefully we'll come out of this rainstorm before too long. Just have a look at the fuel, see how the fuel is doing. We took off with full fuel load this morning, so we should be good all the way to Gibraltar, I imagine, on the single load of fuel. Okay, this is fun, isn't it? So now this is fairly flat along here. Shall we descend 500 feet? So I'm just changing the target altitude to 1,000 feet, and we'll come down at 500 feet a minute. So in 1 minute's time we'll be down at 1,000 feet. Otherwise, as you can see, there's really not much to see. You can just about see cars going past underneath us in the rain. The plane will be nice and clean though, won't it? Look at the mist. It's very good at it, isn't it? The rendering in Flight Sim. Absolutely hammering down with rain. What a great day for a flight. Thankfully I know how the instruments work, otherwise I might be in a lot of trouble. So we're just down to 1,000 feet, just coming up on the altimeter. Let's go out more towards the coast, shall we? So we'll switch the heading marker to the direction we're going, change the heading mode, and we will turn to 230 degrees. See, we're turning towards the coast. Half the reason for doing so is we know by doing that we're not going to have any hills. Obviously there are hills coming up, but we know if we were to stay on the line we're going to clear the hills anyway. So how are we doing? You can see in this map as I move the mouse along the plan, you can see a circle moving on the map that tells you, obviously where you are. This weather is actually quite amusing, isn't it? I mean, look. It's just ridiculous. absolutely teeming down with rain. And even at 1,000 feet, look, we're losing sight of the ground. So we're now turning back towards the airfield to Reyes. But hopefully we get to fly along the coast to get there. And if we come over here and look down, you can just about see, oh my word, this is some serious rain.
Are you there, John?
Hiya, how you doing?
I'm pretty good, sir. I'm new to group flying, so forgive me.
No, it's fine.
I don't see you.
I'm on the West Europe server.
So am I.
Oh, it might take a minute for me to appear. Although, I can't see anything at the moment. I'm in heavy rain.
Let me just... Yeah, I'm on the West Europe server.
Yeah, sometimes it can take a few minutes for airplanes to appear. Let me just double check that. Yep. I'm
Let
on
me
West
double
Europe.
check mine.
Resume. And I'm about 16 miles out from Reyes, so on my way in.
Oh, you left already?
Yes, ages ago.
Ooh.
Oh no, sorry, I'm on my way to Reyes, I should say.
Okay.
So LERS, Lima Echo Romeo Sierra.
Okay, I'm just at the airport, so I got the message late. Okay, so I'm off.
But yeah, I started off in bright sunshine and now I can't see 500 feet. It's crazy. I've not seen rain.
I'm over in the US, so that's why it's pretty early over here.
This is going to be a instrument landing, I fear. Unless the rain clears up, of course, by the time we get there. If I pull up windy.com on the internet, I can actually find out, can't we? So if I type in LERS, Reyes, oops, LERS, Reyes Airport. And there it is on the map. So if we pull up clouds, rain and thunder on the map, yeah, the whole area is just a huge storm.
My goodness.
Oh my word.
Okay, I'm up now.
So this weather is going to continue on for most of the route. Oh, you're joking. It is actually, there's proper thunderstorms further south. And this is just the beginning of it.
How long is the flight?
Well, I was going to fly all the way down to Gibraltar, but I think this may bring the flight to a pretty swift end. Because we won't be able to see anything for the next 300 miles.
Do you want to switch from live weather?
I think I might have to.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's go, and otherwise it's going to be no fun for anybody watching. So let's go to few clouds. And look, amazing scenery. Oh, that's just annoying.
Well, I'm live weather where I started, so it's not too bad, but I'll shut off my live weather.
That's frustrating when that happens, isn't it? Okay, so I don't need the browser anymore. So I'm just approaching LERS, 10 miles out. I wonder what they're going to tell us if I go onto ATC for landing. Nearest airport list, Reyes. Tune Tower, request touch and go.
Reyes Tower Foxtrot, Oscar Juliet Juliet Kilo 8 miles east, 1,000 feet touch and go.
Foxtrot, Oscar Juliet Juliet, Kilo Reyes Tower. Altimeter 29.9er, 2 wind 269er at 7. Fly straight in runway 25.
Straight in runway 25, that's easy then.
Oh shoot. I just crashed.
Oh no!
Juliet Juliet Kilo, wind 269er at 7. Clear touch and go left, traffic, runway 25.
Cleared for touch and go runway 25 Juliet Juliet Kilo.
Oh, I've got left traffic now, so I'm going to have to double back. I'm not straight in anymore.
When I switched from live weather to whatever, that's when I crashed. So I'll be back on.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's move this ATC out of the way. Tim Vasey Smith in the live stream is asking, am I using Track IR? No, I'm not. I'm just using the right mouse button and looking around. And the cursor keys. I don't have Track IR. I've got Smooth Track on a phone, which I can use, but I don't really get on with it very well. G-flat, late to arrive. Have I missed your favourite saying? I hope this makes sense. I don't think I've said it yet. So we've been given left traffic, so I'm flying. So that's runway 25 over there. So I'm just flying in, and then we'll come back along. We'll do a bit of an S shape. Fly along the runway, which will give us runway 25 clearance. So we may as well have a look at this port over here before we get there. So we're at Reyes at the moment. So we'll turn back in towards the airfield in a moment. We're just having a nose around. We've been given instruction for our approach, which we will follow in a moment. Okay. So there's the runway. We want 70 degrees, don't we, which would be reciprocal of 250. We should get clearance anytime soon. Famous last words. Okay, so they're not actually going to say anything. Perhaps we confused them with our zigzag approach. overshot the turn slightly. Not to worry. It's a bit odd that they didn't give us clearance. Probably going to get told off in a moment. No, it looks good.
Hey, John?
Yep.
Hey, what airport are you heading into?
Reyes at the moment. I'm just touched down at Reyes, which
What's
was...
the code for that?
just looking it up. LERS.
And then what's the next one? So I'm going to put in the next one so then I have time to load
LECH.
in whatever. What's the next one?
LECH.
LECH? Okay,
Yeah.
I'll meet you at LECH.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Flaps up. G flat in the live chat saying, have I had my coffee yet? No, I haven't. Yeah, Track IR, for people asking what it is, it's a device you put on your head and you have a tracker on your monitor or near your monitor. It can therefore figure out what the orientation of your head is, and therefore you can rotate your view in the aircraft by just turning your head, and it's very accurate. So you can look around very easily. So let's get around this. Cancel
Reyes Tower,
landing.
Juliet, Juliet, Kilo, cancel landing intention.
Juliet, Juliet, Kilo, your cancellation is received.
So we've got quite a long leg, 75 miles to get down to Castellón Costa Azahar Airport. LECH, Lima Echo Charlie Hotel. So let's go and switch the autopilot on. Maybe this is coffee time. So center up the heading marker for heading mode. Toggle altitude hold and autopilot on. We can also tune the VOR that's nearby, which is 117.05. Just check that. 117.05. Okay, so nav 1. 117.05. Make that active. We'll change the CDI over to VOR mode. And we want to be following a 221 degree track into the VOR. So we'll change our course to 221. Then the CDI reflects where we are relative to that. Obviously we're not in range yet. There's no line on my CDI. So let's take us up to... Oh, we can stay at 1,000 feet. That's fine. Do some sightseeing. So the port we're just passing is Cambrils. G-Flat's trying to get me to put brandy in my coffee at 9:55 in the morning. Should we have a look around the aeroplane? So this is the Kodiak. It's very, very good. Everything works in the Kodiak. Obviously I'm not going to open the door while we're in the air. I don't think it would let me actually. Even down to things like the coffee holders work, which is quite, you know, always interesting. Looks very good outside. Turn our course slightly, stay closer to the coast, our heading I should say. Is it World Update 9? I thought it was World Update 8 was Iberia. I'm just looking at the live chat. So MSFS World Update 8. No, it's World Update 8 is Iberia. So if anybody's joining this stream late, I've gone to a few clouds on the preset weather because the live weather was absolutely atrocious. There's a huge storm system along the entire southeast side of Spain, the entire Iberian Peninsula basically. I'd have had 300 miles worth of rain, which doesn't really do much for seeing anything. I'm just wondering about deviating off into the hills. Let's have a look at the map to make it a bit more interesting. Yeah, should we do that? Where would we be flying over? Otherwise, there's not really many points of interest, are there? Head for the hills. On the map, I am just coming down the top end of Spain on the eastern coast. This is the Iberian Peninsula. So yeah, we're just heading down towards the next waypoint. I guess we've got Palma over there, Ibiza over here, so north of Ibiza by about 120, 150 miles, something like that. Slowly making my way down. I'm just heading for these hills so we have something interesting to look at along the way. And you can see some windmills. I'll take over manual control in a moment. You can't really use an autopilot in hills. William Kelly is saying this is going to be a long flight tonight. Oh yes, it's 10 o'clock in the morning here. Okay, I'm taking over manual control of the aircraft. East coast of Spain, but where? So we're just heading towards Serra de Cordo el Bois, I guess that is, and then the park, national park basically, Tinenca de Benefassa. Okay, let's just climb over these windmills. That's a lot of windmills. They got enough windmills, do you think? They could fit, they could fit another one in there, couldn't they? Ever so slightly mad. Okay, how are we doing on the route? So the town we're just passing on the way across is Tortosa. Slowly getting closer to our next airfield. We're about halfway now. LECH. We can measure the distance on this on that map actually. So if we do measure distance, we'll get 206. Now, if you remember, we tuned in the VOR 117.05. Has it come alive yet? Not yet. 117.05 is active on nav1. We are showing VOR1 on the CDI. Here it comes. It's just lit up. We can actually pull up distance measuring equipment as well. There we go. nav1 117.05, 36.8 nautical miles. Should we push the engine on a little bit? See if we can accelerate slightly. Go and visit some of these hills along the way, just to give ourselves something to look at. To trim the airplane slightly where we increase the engine power. We obviously get more lift and it's lifting the nose. Let's have a look at the map. So we can pretty much straight line it from here into Costa Azahar Airport. So we can use the VOR to do that for us. So if we change course, it's pretty dodgy on the frequency at the moment. We haven't got line of sight on the radio beacon. So if we go and centre up the heading, toggle altitude, hold. There we go. So we'll go and climb to 2,500 feet. We'll do it at 1,000 feet a minute. And yeah, it gives us a bit better, a more reliable signal. Obviously being at higher altitude. So our course to fly directly to the VOR station is there. So if we press the nav button, the plane will follow the CDI. G-Flat is asking, Jonathan, I have a question for you, as I don't know who else to ask. Hopefully it's about the simulator. Otherwise I might not be able to help very much. If you ask me how to cook some complicated culinary dish, I might not be much help. I can do spaghetti bolognese. I can do roast dinner at a push. No, just joking. feel free to ask questions. I will answer them if I can. I'm also very good at Googling. If you ask me why the advisory button won't switch off, ask me another one. What if there's a PFD setup? Press the FMS cursor knob to return to base page. Yeah, I am. That doesn't appear to do anything. Let's say you're flying a commercial jet at 29,000 feet. Okay. Yeah, I could do fried rice. I could do chili and all the other basic stuff. Both pilots become incapacitated. Yeah, so this is the same story as the famous golfer. Was it Payne Stewart? They had loss of cabin pressure and they both became incapacitated. So you're going to ask, what do you do? Well, nothing. You can't. But anyway, I'll let you carry on. The FMC is loaded. Yeah, the aircraft will blindly follow the flight plan. But it won't... Oh, it depends if they've got VNAV configured, I suppose. But it wouldn't go into auto land on its own. Even if the aircraft had auto land, there are manual operations required to make that happen. Depending on the aircraft type, but certainly like something like the Airbus, you'd have to switch on both of the autopilots and engage auto or approach mode and auto land. It wouldn't do it all on its own. Would the plane fly to its destination and land on its belly at the destination? No. I don't think VNAV will bring you all the way down. There are manual things required, or certainly on a realistic version of it. The likelihood of it happening, I guess it could happen on a cargo plane when you only have the flight crew. It's a good question. How far would a plane that's fully programmed to the this is the thing though. Although we program planes to the destination in a simulator, that doesn't happen in the real world. Because the crew don't program the destination details in until they're in flight. So very often they'd have to be incapacitated very late. You'd already be descending at the point you're programming in the arrival details. It's one of the big things that people kind of do wrong in the simulator, and yeah, for very short flights that you might do for a video on YouTube on a commercial airliner, you might go and program the whole thing in. That wouldn't happen in the real world. They might have the operational flight plan that dictates, you know, this is where we are expecting to go, but it's very unlikely that your expected plan would happen. Because the air traffic controllers at the destination, you know, have got other traffic to deal with. You're not the only person up there, therefore you can't dictate what's going to happen when you get within 100 miles of the destination airfield. So is G-Flat saying that he fell asleep and his aeroplane flew the route and crashed on its belly? But yeah, if anybody that comes across this video would like to answer that one, the many and various reasons why it's very, very unlikely that in a real aircraft that had approach mode and auto land and all the rest of it, there are manual things that need to happen. What's the next airport you are landing at, and what server are you on? I'm on the West Europe server. My next airport that I'm coming into is LECH, Lima Echo Charlie Hotel, Castellon Costa Azahar Airport. We're just about to actually contact the tower to find out where they want us. So let's go and press the scroll lock key on the keyboard. Let's get the nearest airport list. There's Azahar Airport. We are going to tune tower and request a touch and
Tower
go.
Foxtrot, Oscar Juliet Juliet Kilo 13 miles northeast 2,500 feet, touch and go.
Foxtrot, Oscar Juliet Juliet Kilo Tower. Altimeter 29er decimal 9er 2 and 269er at 7.
Straight in, runway
Straight
24.
in runway 24.
So we will acknowledge.
Make straight in runway 24 Juliet Juliet Kilo.
That's easy for us then, isn't it? Because the VOR is at the entry to runway 24, so it's taking us straight there. So we will start descending in a moment. So we'll set our target altitude to 1,500 feet, so we'll lose 1,000 feet. We'll just wait a moment until we clear this hill before we begin descending. And vertical speed 500 feet a minute. We'll go for heading mode. So we'll center the heading bug up first, then we go for heading mode. And we will turn a few degrees to the left to give us a bit of an approach. So we're now 190. So the game we're playing here is we're going to intercept the runway direction for approach. And the sim has frozen. So hopefully it will wake back up. Saren Grant was flying with us. Oh no, the sim has actually crashed. Great. I guess that's the end of the live stream for today then. Oh, that was unfortunate. Unless we load back in at LECH. Let's see if we can do that. So we were not touching the sim and it just blew to pieces. Crashed to desktop. So I'm just waiting for it to reload. Bear with me. So I will spawn in at Costa Azahar Airport. Here comes the simulator again. So they still haven't fixed the crash to desktops then, but then it was a world update, the last update, wasn't it? It really wasn't a bug fixing round, so we'll see. Normal mode. Okay, so after we take off from LECH, which will happen in a few moments, we will be heading down to Manises. So just out of interest, what is Saren Grant flying? Let's go and click on him on the map. He's in the Grand Caravan. So the airfields get a lot closer to each other as we get closer to Gibraltar. Okay, I need to configure controls ready for a new boot up of the simulator. Oh, this is frustrating, isn't it? It's one of the risks of doing a live stream is the simulator can and will crash randomly. Just to give you some idea while we're waiting for this to reboot, you'll notice it's loading very slowly. This is an NVMe drive, so God knows what Flight Sim does when it's loading. And it's not restricted by the internet connection either, because I've got 400 megabit asynchronous. I've got a fibre to the house. So I have no idea what Flight Simulator is doing, because this computer this is running on is ridiculously fast. The storage is ridiculously fast. The internet connection is ridiculously fast, and it's still, you get those pregnant pauses during loading. Okay, so LECH. Put ourselves on a taxiway somewhere. And flight conditions are going to be few clouds and live time, and fly. Okay, back on the ground.
Hey John, you crashed?
Yeah, I crashed to desktop. I've just loaded back in.
Okay, I'm at the airport.
Okay, so I'm just switching the plane on. And
does the chat go to the stream, Jonathan?
yes.
Okay.
Well, today it does.
Careful what I say there.
Morning, by the way.
Morning, yeah. Buenos dias.
Oh, I see that you sound much better at it than I do.
I've been doing it for a while.
My Spanish is atrocious. Well, it's non-existent. That's the better way of describing it.
My Spanish is fluent with lots of errors.
Oh, excellent. Oh, you might be able to actually help me with pronunciations along the way then.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot to load the flight plan into the GPS, so I'll just have to refer to the little nav map along the way, I guess. Interestingly, most of these airfields along this route along the peninsula have all got VORs, which makes it quite easy.
That's good.
I can't figure out, in the Kodiak there's an advisory that continues flashing regardless of anything you do. Standpoint attitude indicator can come off, and fuel mixture can go to full. Parking brake can come off. I have no idea where I am yet. Okay, there's a runway. And there's no wind. Actually, what's the live weather looking like here? Is it okay?
It was grotty 20 minutes ago.
Oh, I'll leave it on a few clouds then.
Yeah, it's pretty great. You've got enough visibility to take off, but it's not good for the scenery.
Yeah. It's a shame, isn't it, if you can't see anything?
Yeah, there's no point. Scattered clouds, not too bad, but a few clouds. Good. Hardly scattered, it looks more realistic on mine.
John, you're down at the other end. I'm going to go down and meet you.
Okay. I'll hold short here then. Okay, so parking brake on.
Got your transmitter on, John?
I'm just going to double check that. Nope. So let you know about this better than I do. So right, I'm going to get in the air anyway. And then circle the airfield before setting off for the next. So, parking brake off. Flaps to take off. Knots, 60 knots, 70 knots, and rotate. Oh yep, I can see you taxiing. Okay. Flaps up, throttles back to cruise. I'm just working that out in my head. So, Lyndon, you speak 3 languages then?
Yeah.
Oh my word! I can't even wrap my head around 2 languages.
Morning.
Morning.
Dave?
I've sorted that name thing out with.
Oh yeah.
What I had to do, I went back to Microsoft's site to claim my money back
Oh okay.
because I said it just won't work. You
Yeah.
know, changing it to what I had.
Yeah.
And if you look on here, that's the name I have got now.
Okay. Well, they fixed it for you.
Well, I redone it again,
Okay.
but just using Beckett and Senior.
Right.
And it took that and it immediately worked on the flight sim.
Oh cool.
So that's sorted.
Brilliant.
I'm waiting for 2 lots of money back now. Whether I get it, you're flying.
Yeah, I'm doing a live stream along the coast of Spain,
Oh right.
the Iberian Peninsula. I've just taken off after a crash to desktop. I'm at LECH if you want to join in.
LECH.
Yeah. I was just coming in to approach to land when the sim just crashed to desktop. Mildly annoying.
Funny enough, when I booted up with that new name and looked at the name, it crashed on me. So that was just looking at the name tag, you know, the top
Yeah.
right.
Okay, so the next leg after LECH is down to Manises, which is probably not how you pronounce it. 210 degrees, 50 nautical miles. There's a VOR there, 116.10. So let's go to
Morning, Linda.
Morning.
210 degrees.
So your Beckett Senior now, yeah?
I had no option. I couldn't get my name in, proper.
So we can't call you Dave anymore. Just Beckett Senior.
Or Pylon Dave.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that for your name, but I didn't think.
I think it was too many letters.
How many letters can you have?
12. I don't get it though, because on a certain way of trying to choose the name, it allows 15. But then it goes back to the other one and says only 12.
You're on about the Xbox identity, aren't you? Your gamer tag, they call it, don't they?
Yeah. On one of the tag things it allows 15, on the other only 12. And I think that's where my problem arose.
Okay, so
Does it only add numbers if it's not unique?
Yeah. And that was my problem. It didn't tell me at first that it was going to add the numbers.
altitude hold. Fuel down, put autopilot. There we go.
I wasn't sure if everyone gets the numbers now, but the old tags don't. But sure.
So we got a new guy has joined the chat channel, Cornelius.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
So it's his first go on a group flight as well, I think.
I'm glad to be in here.
Proper one will be tomorrow, won't it?
Yeah, the proper group flight when we'll have loads of people. This is just me doing a live stream and saying if you want to join me, you can.
He hasn't advertised that Swiss Mountains though in the Microsoft site.
Oh, maybe I'll go and do that later for him. Okay, I'm going to descend a bit. I've gone a bit too high.
Are you flying?
Kodiak. Vertical speed 500 not 500 feet a minute.
16's out there.
Yeah. I'm going to go fly through these hills by hand. Slow down a bit. Make my way back to the coast.
Jesus, it's absolutely hammering down.
Yeah, I've had to go
Yeah.
to a few clouds on the weather.
Are you talking about in the sim, I think?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Oh, outside we're going to have a barbecue.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to go out and cut the grass this afternoon. Or try to.
Most of the place names are Valencian to Catalan, so they're slightly different to Spanish, which makes the pronunciation perhaps more difficult.
There's quite a few pylons around, just to warn you. Change the range on the map. Oh, it's frustrating that I forgot to load the flight plan in when I restarted the simulator. I guess I could program it by hand if I put this on autopilot for a few minutes. Just got a little while we fly along the coast. Heading mode. Toggle the altitude and autopilot. There we go. Okay, LECH we just took off from, didn't we?
What? So you're on West Europe?
Yeah, yeah. Enter. Next waypoint is LEVC. LEV. Enter. And then LEAL. Just have a quick look up while I'm flying, make sure I don't crash into something. Yeah, let's put my altitude up a little bit. 1,500 feet, give myself some margin while I'm busy doing this. LEMI is after that. LEM. I. Then LEAM. Then LEGR. Oops. LEMG. And LXGB is the destination, Gibraltar. LXGB. GB Gibraltar. Insert. Done. Flight plan off. Increase the range. Okay. So G-Flat in the live chat is saying, when I was a kid in Manchester in the late 60s, we drove down to Spain. We got stuck on a winding coast road behind a truck carrying peaches. The smell of peaches still reminds me of that.
I don't get it. Don't have map. I changed the name on this. What's it? I don't know if I got two running. Transmitter. I got senior, Beckett senior flight, and on the ground, British Airways 007
You've got a call sign you can set in little nav map. Sorry, not in little nav map, in transmitter. Okay, so we're just passing by the town here. With a reservoir. Is it a reservoir?
Somebody's got a big pool. Yeah, it looks like a reservoir.
Naval. Okay, D apostrophe UIXO with an accent. I have no idea.
Yes, it's Catalan basically. It's always water in French and
Yeah.
some similarities, crossovers.
There's a quarry to our left. Sagunto, we're just approaching.
One of the POIs they updated is the Arts and Science Museum in Valencia. It's pretty impressive from here. Or should be pretty impressive.
I just thought if we... I'll pause in mid-air, won't I? If I go and turn on the points of interest, they'll light up on the map, won't they? Oh, sorry, on the screen.
Yeah.
I'm just going to press... Oh, I'll leave it. But you can tinker with this simulator all day long, can't you?
Yeah. That push talk radio, I mean, that adds hundreds more, you know.
It does.
And with it, we can talk over things as well, so like, just get cluttered and turn everything on.
Yeah, I think the only problem with doing a live stream with Bush Talk is they have advert, or if you have the local radio stuff on, I'll get hit with a copyright strike instantly.
But the actual content should be fine, shouldn't you? You don't have to have the local radio aspect. Bush Talk radio, it basically gives you a speaking thing about every POI.
It does.
Explains the history.
It's fantastic.
I'm gonna have to redo the area, and then it's not showing anybody up.
You combine the audio with OBS, so
Yep. Yeah, I haven't got the plug-in for it installed at the moment. I'll have to go and put it back in at some point. It's like being in your own Discovery Channel program, isn't it?
yeah. for just audio, there's simpler things with virtual mixers as well. So
Yeah.
which really work really well. So Beckett Senior. We're flying, Dave.
I'll be following you.
What are you flying?
It just started showing. I'm in Kodiak.
Okay.
I did think about the F-16, but we thought, nah.
Okay, Manny says, let's go and ask ATC what they want us to do. Nearest airport list. LEVC. Valencia Tower. Touch and go.
Valencia Tower Foxtrot. Oscar Juliet Juliet
Just
Kilo
lost
is
all the
13 miles
labels.
northeast, 1,500 feet with whiskey for touch and go.
Foxtrot, Oscar Juliet Juliet Kilo Valencia Tower. Altimeter 29.9 2 and 269.
Left base, runway 30.
Fly left base runway 30.
So I'm going to fly around the airfield. Go up north of it, the airfield, and then come back in round runway 30 then. So I need to turn right.
Oh, they're all coming in back on now.
Yeah,
Don't know
yeah.
what happened there.
It's
All
just
new
the-
labels.
It's just the multiplayer servers crapping out again.
Yeah, everybody disappeared. and
Juliet
slowly
Juliet
coming
Kilo,
back.
please acknowledge.
Keep forgetting.
See,
Visit left
the,
base runway 30 Juliet
Patrick
Juliet
was
Kilo.
on somewhere. in the world. Don't know where it was. Oh, I
Heading.
think it was in Exeter. Oh dear. What's that about?
I've left the starter on. I'm not doing very well, am I, since I respawned in. Yeah, I might have to go and do a few laps of Valencia, having a look around the city. It looks quite cool, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Is that one of the cities they
It
did
is. You can see its photogrammetry from here. I'm just going to do the touch and go first, and then I'll go and have a look around. There's going to be some custom 3D assets there, isn't there? Radar altitude 1200 feet. So William Kelly is saying, your live stream is a good 30 seconds or more behind the sim. Yep, I know it is. That's what YouTube does, unfortunately.
Yeah, I did have a bit of confusion. I had both playing in my ear.
Yeah, you have to turn the sound off on the live stream, I guess.
He's repeating himself. Why is he saying that?
if I timed it right, I could sing in harmony with myself.
Yeah.
Sing a round that lasts 30 seconds per verse.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see the airfield out over my left wing. .220 on the compass.
All aircraft. Groups in Valencia. We go into IFR. No landings allowed on visual.
Which runway we go to? 30, isn't it? Going round.
Yeah, I did the ATC and they said go left base for 30, so
Awkward. Actually, it's only one now in. Oh, that's because I ain't got it turned on.
It's a good label. Oh Christ! Oh.
Jesus Christ, empty.
what's that?
There must be a couple of dozen.
160 Valencia Tower. Altimeter 29.9er 2 and 269er at 7. Cleared ILS runway 30 approach.
I think we're going to lose our landing clearance because they've just given a commercial aeroplane clearance for runway 30.
Cleared ILS runway 30 approach. Lufthansa 1160.
We should get a landing clearance any moment if they're going to do it.
Live on finals coming in for the other end.
Yeah, they haven't.
Julia, Kilo and
Probably
269er at 7.
somebody bombing
No,
off.
we've just been given clearance.
Left traffic runway 30.
So after giving the commercial traffic approach clearance, they gave us touch and go clearance on the same runway. That's it's some real artificial intelligence there, isn't it?
Oh, Spanish aircraft control. Oh.
What are you trying to say?
The wireless don't work here. It's trying to put me down on the top.
Touch and go, isn't it?
Yeah. Let me go and have a look around Valencia. Need about 1/10 of this runway for Kodiak.
Is those shadows with the bridges, or are they all blocked up? That canal. Right, they're all blocked up. Cocked up there, aren't they? Let's see if I can go under one.
Hey.
Go through it. How are you seeing the bridges in that canal? There is a photogrammetry.
Juliet, Kilo, wind 269er at 7. Clear touch and go left traffic runway 30.
Clear touch and go runway 30 Juliet Kilo. Valencia Tower Juliet Kilo, cancel landing intention.
Juliet Kilo, your cancellation is received.
Valencia Tower, Lion Air 19er 188 miles southeast, inbound ILS runway 30 approach.
Ryanair 19er 18 Valencia Tower. Altimeter 29er.9er 2 and 269er at 7. Cleared ILS runway 3.
Just gone and detuned my radio so I don't have to listen to the air traffic control.
Cocked up in the docks as well, all the
So William Kelly is saying other streams he flies in are in sync. That's interesting. I'll have to do a bit of research on that.
See over the Science Museum, Dave?
all the buildings around the docks are cracked up. They're, what should be cranes.
Oh, yeah. It's never been any good at doing photogrammetry of crane kind of shapes.
Probably the worst I've ever seen.
I know the science.
Looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty impressive place.
So what's this kind of crazy bridge design, and wonder what the buildings are. Is that what you were saying? It's a museum?
Yeah, it's called Museum of Arts and Sciences, but basically they built it as a some special festival. They built it some major event. gauges need to figure out.
Well, next best thing to a pylon.
Okay. So next airfield is can't actually see where we are because all the labels are obscuring everything. That was Meneses.
Pop down to Benidorm.
Alicante is next. There's no airfield at Benidorm. So 180 degrees. And take the altitude up to 1,000 feet. I see what you mean about the cranes in the port at Valencia. They're quite,
Totally messed up, isn't they?
yeah, they're quite poor.
Probably means they give them about a week and they'll have another update.
Or somebody will make custom scenery. Okay, where are we on the flight plan? So we've got some hills coming fairly soon. Yeah. Sierra Nevada. Have to go around the edge of them to get to Granada. It's a little way yet though. About 150 miles further down the coast. And we get closer to Gibraltar.
Go towards that airport. Lima Echo Alpha Oscar. That's down a valley, so could probably sneak through there.
What, down at Granada? Oh, I see what you're on about. Yeah.
La Montana.
Yeah, you're going to add another couple of airports on the route, are you?
Well, I just won't fly over it. Not do a touch and go.
What's the VOR for the next one? All of these airports have got VORs, it's quite cool. So 11380 will take us to Alicante. 11380. Switch. Obviously it's not in range yet, but
I'm going to make a coffee. Be back in a minute.
okay. Oh, okay, so I can set up latency in OBS. also the advantage of having that buffer there is that anybody watching will get a very smooth stream. But it shouldn't actually be an issue for me to really reduce it because I've got such high internet speeds. I've got 400 megabit up and down. So, yeah. I'll have a look at that then for the next flight we do. I don't think I can change it while I'm flying. Let's have a quick look. Settings. Stream. I'm going to leave it well alone for the moment. Okay, let's come off the autopilot.
Oh dear. Nearly at a mountain. We're going to have to climb a little bit. This scenery's pretty good, isn't it?
It is. Okay. I'm just going to go further out towards the coast because there's hilly bits that are more interesting to look at than flat plains along the way.
I ain't used to flying over Spain with it green there. It's usually brown, isn't it?
Yes. this on autopilot a second. I need to go and check something with my other half. Set it climbing. Vertical speed. Okay, be back in a moment. Right, I'm back. Altitude, hold. Right, where are we? The scenery in this sim is just ridiculous, isn't it? It's so good.
Incredible, yeah.
Yeah, someone's just messaged in the live chat and said, loving the new scenery, it's looking pretty. Okay, some hills in front of us, which will have to be navigated. I'll have a look at windy.com in a bit. I don't think the rain really clears until we get as far as about Granada. It's like most of the eastern seaboard of Spain is completely covered in thunderstorms and torrential rain.
Got all that good weather then. Does it change?
I can remember we went on holiday to Spain when I was young. I would have been about 8-9 years old. It was our first big holiday away, and I remember looking out of the hotel window one afternoon. It was scorching hot most of the time we were there. I remember looking out the hotel window at the beach. It was at Malaga, Torremolinos I think it was called, and yeah, a storm had come in and there were all of these straw sun loungers and things, and they were all flying down the beach and smashing up all over the place.
Yeah, they have some impressive sort of short, violent storms. Then.
Okay, still on the route. Through the hills we go. I have to keep an eye on fuel. I didn't refill when I restarted the simulator. So I only started on 50% fuel. Should be enough to get me to Gibraltar, but we'll see. Someone's commented. So go on.
My fuel's always on 50%. Automatic.
Someone just commented saying they were doing the show a friend their house game with Flight Sim last night. I think we've all been there.
Yeah.
That's number one thing to do. Next thing is to fly under a bridge, isn't it?
Or hit a pylon.
Well, that's just because I do like tree topping. It's good doing that in that mosquito.
I don't fly my drone very much now since I've had this. I know it's not real life, but sort of takes away the need to usually come up in the air when you're using the sim. It's also great for planning drone flights.
Yeah. To go over the top of this hill, aren't we? We're getting pushed away from the direction we should be going. Yeah, on the live stream, you guys said, what do you mean flying under a bridge? Don't you mean all the bridges? Go full throttle. Pull the throttle back. Okay, how are we doing? Got some pretty vicious cliffs around here. Gorges. Should we turn left again? I don't think there's an easy way around this ridge. You just have to go straight over it. Start climbing now, I guess. The G-Flat said, "You're flying perilously close to those hills. I reckon you've definitely put brandy in your coffee." I wish. I'm getting worse at drinking the older I get. The other night I had a couple of glasses of wine and I had a wicked headache the next morning.
Yeah, I can't drink too
Sure,
much.
when a couple of bottles.
Yeah, I just don't dare drink too much anymore because I know I'll have a bad head. And I can't really afford that with work.
Last 2 or 3 times I've been to the doctors, they question, because they say, do I drink? And I say, well, not really, not at all. I said, I do have Baileys in my coffee. And they really poo-pooed that. And it lasts me about a fortnight, one bottle. I mean, if I open a bottle of wine, I drink a lot in about half an hour. I just can't understand why they're so up in arms.
Well, Bailey's is quite strong, isn't it? And it's fat content as well, so it's no good in terms of cholesterol, I guess.
Yeah, but you're only talking about maybe 1 tot a day in drink terms.
But it's still like, it's almost like condensed milk, isn't it? In terms of how bad it probably is for arteries and stuff.
Oh, nice though, isn't it?
Is that what you said to the doctor when they became irate?
Well, it was a nurse, actually, who was always questioning me. And then she had to go about my weight. And I thought, you fat old cow.
Oh, we're on a live stream, remember?
Oh, sorry, yeah. But she was fatter than me.
Yeah, I got a very bad habit with 2 large bottles of San Miguel every day without fail, so your liver never gets a break. So not massive quantities, but it adds up to 50 units a week, which is way over. I should be less than 14. So.
Is that San Miguel's quite nice drink, isn't it? It's like crazy.
Yeah, the trouble is all quite nice. It's very bad for you.
Right, we're getting closer to the next airfield, which is Alicante. Never been to Alicante. Heard about it.
Nice place.
We
went there Easter time, and they had the processions where they carry these massive sort of Virgin Mary things out of every chapel or every church, and have these really narrow steps and things. It's amazing. Seeing the struggling with these things up these steps, these tiny streets. Very impressive, very colourful. My Spanish tutor lives just down the road from Alicante on the front, overlooking a nice island there. Down the beach every day. When we got our terrible weather.
all the tea herbs in the...
That's what I was just looking at. It's interesting, isn't it?
It's as if they tried to level the fields out, isn't it?
Well, that's exactly what they've done. Just wondering what they grow around here that needs level. Obviously needs to they need to hold water, don't they? That's why they level it.
Marijuana.
No.
So the data for this, they've got accurate sort of level data, which they've taken for aerially, presumably, rather than satellite. And then added it to satellite imagery, because we can't interpret all these little...
Yeah, the mesh will have come from satellite mapping data, I guess.
So satellites actually do a detailed height measurement.
Yeah. Yeah, because GPS does it, so...
Yeah.
I guess...
GPS and use a receiver on the ground.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah.
So to get every little point, I'm not quite sure how they do it.
When they do photogrammetry,
yeah,
they take the isometric recordings of the ground, don't they? And the computer mashes it together, but for the actual altitude data, they'll just get that from the publicly accessible data from the space program. Or maybe it's available from, maybe it's been stitched together from radar as well.
So I think like OS data, so that they've actually done it from the ground. They got all the survey data for the heights of
yeah. But to get the detailed mesh, I guess there's multiple ways it can be done, isn't there? Because you could use the radar plots from surveying aircraft.
Yeah, that's what I would imagine. That's the only way I can imagine they get the detail. I can't really imagine they've got that every inch of the country, so every meter of it. It's easy from a satellite, but satellite imagery, and you can't get it.
Yeah, it's not three-dimensional.
Sort of,
Yeah.
to a couple of feet height things. Because when you see all these hilltop terraces and things, it's amazing, isn't it? Those detail
It is.
with all the different levels.
Okay, so we're approaching Alicante. I'm not going to bother with ATC. Which runway should we go for? Looks like, according to the wind, runway 28.
I'm going in on 10.
You would.
Well, it's easiest.
Okay, I'll go 10 as well.
I might turn real weather on, see what happens.
Yeah, should we go and have a look, see what the real weather's doing?
Oh, God. Big fog.
There was no point doing it then.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to stay on it. I might hit a mountain.
Bit of a blue sky in it, though.
Oh, let's just do this for people watching the stream so they get to see. So let's go for real time, well it was real time anyway, and live weather, and give it a moment to update.
There is a few sunny bits.
There it goes. Oh, it's okay. No, that's fine.
It's improving, yeah. Look behind us. Stop that
Yeah.
behind us in front of us.
Yeah, there's some areas, well, to our right is a bit,
Yeah, so we've left the severe weather from earlier behind now. That's good.
yeah. Good bit. Oh, yeah, less.
I was going to say I had the DME on earlier. The tooltips are getting in my way.
ILS runway 10.
You don't need ILS.
Yeah, I use it. If you've got it, use it. 110.30.
Paid for it, and you don't get the value out of it.
Yeah. 110.30. Activate.
What are those weird black lines on the nose of the aircraft? Someone's asked. Oh yeah, it's the grill reflecting. Yeah, I see what they're talking about. In Ultra, you get reflections on the glass from inside the aeroplane. It can be a bit of a pain actually at night because you get all the instruments showing up all over the glass. Sometimes multiple times.
It's a touch and go, can't it?
Yep. Yep. Yeah, all of the air traffic is going the opposite direction.
Yeah, I just noticed that one's taken off right in front of me.
And I can see your lights going head on with him then. You're
Yeah,
just about to fly right under him.
just went under him.
Was it a 747, wasn't it?
Yeah, only 747s, it was pretty big. Yeah, get used to everybody being on the same flight, as you, so they know you're going to do some silly things. You forget there's normal people flying as well.
Normal.
What's that?
Okay, let's drop the flaps so I don't suddenly speed up as I fall towards the runway.
Tierra y aire.
Approach. Approach.
I fly with one group that's mainly Spanish speakers, so that's quite good for my Spanish. Latin Americans, some from Spain as well. So doing a media year heart thing, which can get a bit boring with long legs, but that's a good thing to do.
always amused me. Was it the Community, the comedy show? You ever watched that? Where they start off with the premise of a Spanish study group.
Oh yeah.
One of them pretends to be an expert Spanish speaker, basically to get in a girl's pants that he likes. And of course he doesn't know any Spanish at all.
So we just found out that's right.
Yeah.
Well, the ILS didn't work, so I'm going to have to touch and go manually.
Yeah, it's a bit of overkill this runway for these little aeroplanes, isn't it?
I did take my Spanish teacher on a tour over his house. Over Zoom.
Brilliant.
It's the vertigo from Alicante, isn't it? Quickest way doing the tour.
Let's have a look at the airfield as we go past.
It is pretty foggy ahead as well.
Okay. This is Alicante.
You remember Robert Hitchens?
Yeah.
They had a building site here. They
Really?
built up houses. Yeah, I don't know whereabouts. I know it was near Alicante.
Got a bit far ahead, so I'll come back round.
I was going to say the next leg's 223 degrees down the coast to Los Martinez.
Catching up with Senior Beckett.
Region de Murcia Internationale. Spelt a little differently than the Murcia in the UK. Or from ancient UK, I should say. It's just amazing looking out the window at all the fields and trees and farmhouses, and it's amazing.
And then think that they really are there.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you get people like Mr. Taylor at Jockey that thinks
Don't.
Somebody just went through me.
That was me. I don't like annoying Jonathan when he's on his live stream. I just annoy you, babe.
I've not seen you on doing that.
What's going on with him?
You were earlier.
I can see him.
It says connecting.
Ah, you see you now. It was because you were right over my plane.
Disconnect and reconnect automatically. But disconnect. Does it, Jonathan?
No, it was, you were hidden by my own neighbours.
Yeah, when I looked at it, it said connecting. It's connected now. Yeah.
Live weather gives you much prettier clouds, doesn't it? And horrendous rain in the
Looks a bit grim down the coast.
Yeah,
towards
it's pretty horrible.
Gibraltar. I think we'll be landing at Gibraltar in the rain.
Potentially.
And come back to scattered clouds.
Yeah, I think I might do when we get to the rain. See how bad it gets. It might clear.
Going over these salt flats.
The optimism of a British person. It might cheer up. You never know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
taking umbrellas.
if you can see a paper handkerchief size, that would be good.
Oh, my ancestors, or was it my grandmother on my other half side, used to say, she was from Northumberland, and apparently it's a saying from up there, if you can see enough blue sky to make a sailor a pair of trousers, the weather's going to be okay. There's probably similar versions of those kind of sayings all over the world.
By the way, if you need any answers to research, then let me know. I pay a fortune for all these things. Once you start, you don't want to stop because you got your stuff on them, so you're paying a fortune for them, so might as well use them. Yeah, answers just that.
They like their rectangular fields around here, don't they? Yeah, the weather does look quite angry.
Mine's improved now suddenly.
So we've got a 27 knot tailwind.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, mine's improved because I changed it to...
You did. I'm going to change mine back to scattered cloud, I think. Yeah, at least you get something to look at and you can still see where you're going. So we're down to 5 knot wind now, which is fine.
Just passing over this bit.
I ought to have some cargo in here, really. What should we put in the back of the aeroplane? There we go, 50 boxes of biscuits. We're taking emergency hobnobs to Gibraltar.
Chocolate chip cookies or ginger nuts.
That's one of the party pieces of the Kodiak, isn't it? Having a cargo hold full of cardboard boxes.
I bought the goose the other day.
Oh, is it good?
Yeah, really nice.
I
I had
was-
the old one, the one we did first of all. See how it's
The free, yeah, so they've improved the free one and made it. So I saw Av Angel on the internet did a review of it, and she really gave it a stellar review.
Yeah, I think, was it Simba? That's one of the other guys did as well. It was really classical.
I got the freebie.
Yeah, this is, it's a lot better. So,
Oh, if it's better.
It's about £12, isn't it? It's quite cheap.
yeah, it's quite cheap, yeah.
Oh, I'll have to go and have a look at that later then.
Was it 20 quid? I can't remember.
Who's selling it?
It's on the main.
In the marketplace.
Or is it? I'm not sure. Did I buy it directly from? I might have bought it directly from the. Is that Zua Poly who makes it?
I'm not sure.
I bought it directly off their site. Like.
Oh, yeah, usually you can get a better deal from the developer anyway.
What address is that?
I think it's Azure Poly. AZURPOL1.
That's it. Oh,
While we're flying along, I'll pull up a browser. So anybody who watches the live stream, I've done some research for you. As Polly. Yep, I found the site. Products.
Or am I confusing it with the
Possibly.
message?
So what's the airplane
Yeah.
called again?
No, it's the Grumman Goose.
Grumman Goose, MSFS.
Yeah, I may have gone mixed up.
Big radials.
Sorry, yeah.
That's who made it. So, can we buy it from them, or do we have to get it from somewhere else?
Bought something on Jet.
23 euros. And it's on, yeah, Big Radials have got their own store. 35 Australian dollars. Looks very, very good.
Yeah, it is nice.
And yeah, the reviews I've seen of it on YouTube, all the systems and everything work really nicely as well.
And everything in the cabin and things. When you mentioned boxes, it reminded me of some boxes you got.
Yeah. Okay, let's just close that browser down.
It does 150 knots or so, so it's not too bad for it. Not really slow. If you haven't got dual throttles, there's a switch which allows you to basically do because the rear plane reduces the engine when you're on the water,
Yeah.
you steer off the engine.
One.
With the rudder.
Should we fly the ILS approach just for a laugh? 111.75. So let's go to nav 1. 111.75. Probably a bit too far out to pick it up, but I don't know, it's picked it up. We're on the localizer already. Probably about 18 miles out.
Where are you going?
We're going into LEMI. That's the next one on the route. So if I turn us right to 40 degrees, we should be able to pick up the glide slope.
So we're back out of the Catalan speaking area now, so the names are a bit more Spanish.
It is interesting, isn't it, how Spain is really divided between the different areas with language and writing, the whole bit.
Yeah. The Basque is most impressive because they were before the Indo-European languages came.
Right.
So Stone Age language. It's unique and isolated.
I wonder what the Kodiak does if I just put it into approach mode. I wonder if it will intercept for me. Let's try it. So I'm coming in from below the glide slope, so it should be good. So yeah, it's forming about a 30-degree intercept angle for the localizer. It's holding altitude. Presumably when it intercepts the glide slope, it will just start descending all on its own. DME is showing 9 miles to run.
I picked up the ILS, so we should be alright. Tiny bit is the glide slope on this.
So the advantage of having this fly itself is I can look out the window and admire the scenery without having to think about anything.
I can't see anything out the window.
Oh, you still got live weather on?
Yeah, it's chronic.
But you've got a wicked tailwind. You won't be able to land from this direction, will you?
It doesn't matter when you pitch it.
Last thing I heard on the radio with Sully. Nah, it don't matter.
Wait, don't do it. When you pitch it, it just means the wheels will be going.
Yeah, but Sully didn't have a slew button, did he?
to.
Oh, I can see the airfield directly in front of me.
I can see a few labels of people at the airport.
No, I've got labels off. So I can see some nav lights. There's somebody flying across the front of us.
I'm flying over
Heading north.
at altitude 900 feet above sea level. It's not above ground level.
Yeah, I'm only 900 feet over the ground.
The ground is at 560. In fact, 600 near the airport.
So the airplane's about to turn left because it's just intercepted the localizer. But of course this is the Kodiak, which can't follow a course to save its life.
I've got it now. Just pick.
Yeah, I don't know if you ever noticed that the Kodiak can't follow a course accurately. It weaves along the course. I'm going to go back manual.
I've just gone into manual to do the touch and go. I picked up the airport about a quarter of a mile out.
Have you got your lights on? I can't see your lights blinking.
Yeah, we've got a landing light.
Oh yeah, I've just seen it. I've just seen a flicker above the runway. Okay, so after this one we carry on in a straight line basically along the coast down to Almeria.
That's where I'm headed for. Cut 1,000 feet. Hopefully we'll go through that.
So I reckon, how far have we got to go? Measure distance, 200 miles to, it's going to take about an hour and a half, isn't it? It's interesting, the painting for the runway isn't straight with the paved area.
Afraid I couldn't see that. It's too foggy in my scenery. I just tried to look out the side window and there's that much water crossing this window I barely see it.
I'm going to try and land from outside. I never do this, but this will be interesting.
I always do. So I was trying to avoid you, John, and I can't see it.
I can see you. I've got visuals. Interesting. Flight sim just told me my connection was lost. Hopefully it will come back.
Some of the range of hills in front of it, 2,000 foot, and up a bit higher.
So if I go and look in here, it says I'm online. Successfully connected. Yeah, they're having server issues. Okay, so where's the best direction do you think we should go? to see some scenery on the way to. I guess if head slightly left for those hills. Not far away, are they? Go for about 1,500 feet on the altimeter. Okay, so this leg is 80 miles along the coast. There's a couple of airfields we could do touch and goes at. One of them is Ture Airport. There doesn't appear to be much in the way of facilities there. It's literally just a strip of asphalt in the middle of the route. I'd love to know if anybody knows watching this that's used the Kodiak in Flight Sim, what is causing the advisory to flash. It seems to be a bug.
I've got that. I thought there was something wrong with my G1000, but it's not, is it? It's in the sim.
It's flashing. No matter what you do, it keeps flashing.
Yeah. Normally you press it and it goes...
And the TORS test hasn't gone away either.
Yeah.
Usually it would, while you're sat on the ground bringing the engines up, TORS test there'd be an annunciation to do with it and then it would go away. So there's some sort of bug in it at the moment. Oh, I think there is. I don't think it's something I haven't done.
No, because I've got exactly the same problem. I thought it was me. With you saying that, it's obvious.
I wonder if... I mean, I started the engine before I moved the fuel condition lever before I started the engine. I wonder if that's the cause of it.
No.
Because you should really start the engine and then introduce the fuel.
Yeah, but it's not what you've done because I've got the same problem.
I had a quick look for it online earlier and I couldn't find anything obvious.
Back up at Almeria. I think lunch should be near ready.
Yeah, I might climb to a few thousand feet while we're on this long leg and go and get something to eat. Switch back to GPS on the CDI. So back. GPS. And go to nav mode. I'm getting hungry as well. You talking about foods made me suddenly realise.
I'm only having some soup.
Vertical speed.
That's it.
1,000 feet a minute up to 3,000 feet. Let's push the engines forwards a little bit.
Sorry, I changed it to split. Changed this other guys on split.
with the rain going sideways down along this window.
Are you streaming?
Yeah.
This would be novel. Me watching a stream and streaming it. Yeah, I had that earlier.
If I change my view now to front, you can see I can't see nothing.
That's a really good kind of, sightseeing then.
Somebody unknown over the left there. Lure, yes, 3. Can't even read what that is. VGF. How do they get a name like that?
Well, there's several on top of each other, isn't it?
Oh, is that what it is?
So, let's have a look at where we are. So, yeah. After we land at LEAM, there's a massive load of mountains to circumnavigate or go round, I guess. I guess the trick will be to go via a waypoint down here, or just put a position in.
I'm going to skip to save 10 minutes. Execute. I am now 20 miles from the airport. Going over some ground that's 1,900 feet, so I might be, if you don't hear from me, you know I get somewhere. I'm going to have to turn the weather off to see what I'm going to hear.
No fun hitting pylons on the fog.
I went too far wrong if you look at my what's it now. Oh, we've got a warning going off. I don't know what that's about.
Speed?
Nope, not exceeding speed.
On the right hand side of your primary flight display, are there any words there?
No,
What's your outside air temperature?
oh, it's stopped now. I didn't look at
Were you pushing the throttle on flat out all the time?
No, just about.
Had you pulled the throttles to idle?
No, they're probably at about 90%.
Okay. Right, I'm going to set the camera up so I can go and leave this streaming with a nice view somehow, and then I'm going to go make myself a quick sandwich. G Flat has asked, what are you doing about fuel, and do you want a warning when you do you get a warning when you're out?
No, the engine stops.
Yeah, the clue that you've run out of fuel is the propeller stops going round. And then the airspeed disappears, and then your altitude vanishes,
And then you stall.
and there's a horrible crunching noise.
Sometimes you do good somersaults.
Idiot. No, I don't think there's a warning on the Kodiak, at least. There are on some of the other planes. You get a warning when you get to low fuel. Even on the big commercial jets, they don't get a sound alarm. You get warnings pop up on what's called the ECAM screen now, telling you low fuel, and on the primary flight display as well.
I'm on finals.
It's not like a fighter jet where it starts shouting bingo at you like you've won something. At most fighter jets you can set the level that you want it to start shouting bingo. They generally tend to be about £5,000 left, which for general aviation planes enough to get us probably the whole coast of Spain.
It's it again.
That's the markers for the radio, isn't it?
No, I think I am over speed. I'm gone
Doing
down.
Mach 1.
No, I'm doing 140, but cut the throttle right off.
Right, I'm going to go make a sandwich quickly while we're flying along. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Me tried to put the wheels down and they're already down and fixed, aren't they? Forgetting myself.
Just to make sure that.
Right, I'm back. It's amazing scenery.
I'm on the runway.
Yeah.
Runway.
I've just landed at Almere.
Very fast forwarded.
Ah,
Well, I skipped. It's one of the beauties of FS Tramp. You can just jump to wherever you want to be. Instant.
does it still cause the sim to crash now and again or not?
I haven't had one crash for some months.
Right.
But, you know, not through Tramp anyway.
Do that in dead mode in the sim, though, Dave, right?
Sorry?
You can do that in dead mode in the sim.
Yeah. Even active. Taxiway. Going to gate of choice and we'll be shutting down.
Jonathan's made me feel angry now.
Here in Munchen.
I didn't cook breakfast. Later on.
I had half a bowl of cornflakes. That was enough.
If I miss a cooked breakfast, I had cornflakes this morning, so I've cooked breakfast for lunch instead.
I'll mute my microphone while I'm busy chewing away, otherwise we'll hear it on the channel probably.
Well, found parking lots, but nothing there. This obviously isn't an airfield that they've done up. Nothing special at all.
So in the notes for the update, they said there's loads of aircraft they added. Nearly all of them seem to be in the US. They said they'd had 100 tiny small airports. And when I looked through the list, the majority of them seem to be in the US. So there's some outside.
I thought they added new ones to the Spain scenery.
Yeah, I think they've added a few there, but then they added a lot of small ones.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to leave you, so probably see you tomorrow anyway. Ta-ra.
See you, Dave.
Was that Bert Large? How you doing?
Hi.
Good. I just saw the comment on the stream. Presumed it's about your dad. It sounded like Bert Large from Doc Martin. What's the weather doing? Yeah. Well, I was on here last night with Lee briefly in Gib, and it was awful.
No, I've changed back to my caravan because no, it's
No, I'm on the ground.
Has been flying on the spit with us most of the flight. But when I got close, it wasn't the same spit as me, so it's over in the other spit. So I changed back. Patrick, you seem to have spawned near where Dave is, and he's always, a few hundred miles ahead of the pack.
Yeah, that's why I went there, because I heard them say that he'd gone there. So I hadn't seen the flight plan at the point at that time. Almeria. That's how I say it. Oh, okay. Bun.
I just thought I hadn't taken the mute off of on the live stream, so everybody's busy talking to me, and then nobody can hear my voice.
Yeah, I got caught out. I had it running, and I heard my voice a couple of minutes after I'd said something. But why are you not in sync?
Apparently,
Somebody asked.
yeah. Apparently, I can make it in sync somehow. I'll have to do some research.
Pay for it?
No. OBS is open source. I think it's to do with when I set the stream up. I've possibly got some latency built in
Oh, okay.
to allow for variability in bandwidth. So I think if I fix that, but obviously I can't do it now because it will stop the stream.
Yeah. No, whoever it was quite indignant. Every other one I try on is in sync.
That's one of the dangers of text communication, isn't it?
Yeah.
We have that at work all the time. It's for people can. Usually, it's HR wades in and just warns us that the written word can be misinterpreted sometimes,
Yeah.
or what you say can come across more strongly than you intended.
My motto is always never ever email in anger.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Stop and think, and then read it back to yourself before you send it. 'Cause my brother got fired for clicking on reply all, and it was something to do with training. And he said this training is bullshit, and he sent it to all the directors.
Oh dear.
Got a phone call and told to leave there and then.
Okay, it's getting hilly. I'm going to have to come off autopilot, I think, and start flying. Just before we get anywhere near Almeria, where is the runway 25?
The weather is rubbish. I'm going to have to change it. I don't mind doing that. I've been making a movie in Exeter. Each take's 22 minutes.
Oh my word.
That's taking off from Exeter in the A320, flying around, landing, parking, changing the livery, doing it all again. This is using recorder in Join FS.
So you're going to end up with a formation of A320s.
Yeah, it's really difficult to do because they react so slowly. It's easier to do with Hawks than it is with A320s.
Yeah.
You think, oh, speed up a bit, and you speed up a bit, then it's too late to slow down.
Somebody's commented on the live stream and said, watching a long live stream like this is like reading a book on exotic jungle diseases. You get sicker as you go along, but you can't stop.
That's very clever.
I like that. I'll have to remember that one. Okay, I'm roughly on plan, so I'm going to go and skim some hilltops for a bit of fun. Something to do along the way. And terrify everybody on the live stream. Might be an idea to come off the throttle before I descend.
Oh, somewhere is quite pretty. Regular. So I did 6 different aircraft, 22 minutes each time, and I've yet to compile the video. Check out.
It's a very strange landscape around here. It's like all the hills are pockmarked.
With aliens firing missiles.
I have no idea. Almost like a stipple pattern.
Pilots crashing.
Yeah.
You'll find little signs by each one saying virtual flight online, we're here.
Possibly. Must be getting close. Okay, Almeria. Let's see what ATC has got to say about approaching today. Tune. Nearest airport, Almeria. Tune Tower. Request touch and go.
Almeria Tower Foxtrot. Oscar Juliet Juliet Kilo 90 miles northeast 2,000 feet touch and go.
Foxtrot, Oscar Juliet Juliet Kilo Almeria.
Straight in, runway 25.
Altimeter 29 decimal 9 2 wind 270 at 8. Make straight in runway 25.
Make
Acknowledge.
straight in runway 25 Juliet
Touch and go.
Juliet Kilo.
Yep.
Juliet Juliet Kilo wind 270 at 8. Clear touch and go left traffic runway 25.
Now they're saying left traffic, runway 25. Sod it.
You on Southeast Asia?
No,
Juliet
West
Juliet
Europe.
Kilo, please acknowledge.
So he's just changed
Clear
my
for touch and
approach
go runway 25
to go
Juliet
left
Juliet.
traffic. So I'm going to go out over the water, then come back in, join the left pattern. What a git.
That's why I never turn them on. They never tell me what I want to hear.
Or maybe I just cancel landing and go
Almeria
direct.
Tower
Yeah, I've done
Juliet
it.
Juliet Kilo cancel landing intention.
There's no other planes around.
Juliet
Why would he do
Juliet
that?
Kilo, your cancellation is received.
It's only a computer.
I know. It's a shame that Microsoft don't put their hands in their pocket and use it as an AI project and let you talk to them. Because the speech recognition is easily good enough to do it. Except you get some people's accents, I guess.
Well,
Well, I'm very
Mr.
fortunate.
Fudge.
Yeah, I'm very fortunate that I've got kind of a received English, is it they call it?
Yeah.
Accent, so I don't really have a strong regional accent. So AI has no problem understanding me, but you can just imagine the scene, can't you?
I can remember trying to speak to a sat-nav in the States. You had to try and do it with an American accent.
Yep. Oh, you could just imagine it now, can't you? Where you ask for permission to land or whatever, and it turns around and says something like, "You can't rent that movie here." I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Well, Latency is a fairly strict vocabulary, so it should help a lot.
Yeah, you would think so.
Yeah, it should be even easier, shouldn't it?
Maybe there should be a slider on it that makes it either more professional or more amateur.
So when you go, "Your permission to land," it's helicopters.
Okay, so Almeria done. So now comes the difficult bit of trying to get through these hills. I'm just going to fly by eye. I know the general direction I should be going. It'll make it more fun, won't it?
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to hang around, unfortunately. I've literally just popped on here because I saw your live stream. Oh man.
Just going for that valley in the middle, Jonathan.
Well, how come I've got a name tag for Jonathan but I haven't for Lyndon?
Because of the random number generator that is online flying.
His name's not Ernie.
Yeah, I'm just behind Jonathan.
Yeah, I can see you on the map.
So this first range of hills aren't the ones to worry about. It's the ones we can't see yet.
What are they called? Sierra something.
Sierra Nevada.
Oh yeah.
Someone commented while I was bussing the hilltops, saying if I got any closer I'd see Maria running across with Oh, there's a brilliant video clip somebody made where they've put Uzis in her hands as she spins around firing them.
Wow.
It looks very real. That's the odd thing about it. I guess the hills are alive with the sound of gunfire.
Right, gents, let me just see you briefly and then we'll hit the road.
Okay,
Yeah.
see you soon.
Tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, hopefully.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Good luck with your video.
Yeah, I'm not going to do any more of that today. Drive me nuts. I've been doing it since about 8 o'clock. See you later.
Okay, see you soon. I'm playing the silly game of can I just touch the grass as I cross over the hilltops.
Just trying to find those valleys not to go too high.
130 not touch and go in the grass. Right. Quick look at the map. Yeah, this is only the hills, this isn't the mountains.
There's a sort of valley going through.
I want to get a bit of altitude so we can actually see the hills. It's all good fun flying low, but you don't get to see anything.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go and set our target altitude for 10,000 feet and let this thing climb out.
No.
Just so we get a view of the mountains in front of us when we get there. Vertical speed. So, heading mode. Oh no, I can go for nav mode actually. And autopilot on. So it's re-intercepting the route. Got the engines against the stops basically. Oh, we've got an NG warning going on. So we'll just pull that back.
Mr. Shady's just on us. Mr. Shady.
Okay. Pull up the VFR map on the live stream so people can see where we're going. Getting closer to Gibraltar bit by bit.
Start deviation.
Climbing into the fluffy clouds.
I flew up from Malaga. Sorry, flew up from Gibraltar to Malaga the day split, so after the update.
I'm going to record some videos later to put out over the next few days on the channel. I guess some tutorial stuff. Not quite sure what yet.
Sounds good.
People seem to really like the VOR navigation stuff, but the trouble is it's all going to be obsolete before long.
It's all sat now.
Yeah, but people seem to be really interested in doing it, as like an academic exercise, I guess. Coming up to 8,500.
Good afternoon.
Hello, how you doing?
Yeah, good, thanks. You've been in the air for a while, haven't you?
I have been recounting the flight I started yesterday and had a crash to desktop. So, actually no, the streaming went wrong. It wasn't a crash, the actual YouTube went wrong. So I'm flying the length of the Iberian Peninsula to have a look at some of the scenery along the way. And so far it looks like pretty paint box pictures. It's pretty amazing actually.
Yeah, it's looking nice.
Just about to go over Sierra Nevada. Heading towards the main mountain range now. Rather than go round, I thought I'd go straight over the top.
As the Kodiak flies.
Yeah, the Kodiak's really good. It's quite powerful, even though it's only a single engine. I'm not sure what its ceiling altitude is. Let's go and look it up. Kodiak ceiling. Quest Kodiak. That's the stats for it. Service ceiling 25,000 feet. Probably be pretty chilly at 25,000 feet, I imagine. I'm at 1 degree at 10,000 feet. So while we're en route, let's go and have a look through the windows in the aeroplane. Okay, let's go down the front of the aeroplane. See what's coming. I think I'm going to need more than 10,000 feet somehow. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, of course that's not the route I'm taking. Let me correct my map. just.
Yeah, live weather's still pretty horrible.
Yeah, I picked the right day for this, didn't I?
I wonder if there's still got snow and sailing about. Can't see any.
So if I go for another couple of thousand just to get me over the top of this.
Have you got any idea what the top speed is of the Kodiak?
Yes. It would do about 170 at sea level, you know, flat out. Obviously the higher you get in the sky, indicated airspeed isn't going to show as high, but ground speed will be faster than that. So it's like at the moment I'm showing 130 indicated, but I'm at 12,000 feet nearly, so ground speed's 155 while still climbing. So once I level out, I'll speed up probably tremendously.
Pretty similar to the Caravan.
Yeah. They're very similar size and shape planes, aren't they?
You've got to count the number of windows sometimes. see what they're flying.
Right, here's the peak of the Sierra Nevada mountain range. I'm about to fly right over the top of it. I think this is the highest point.
11,000.
I'm just coming up through 11,700. Seems to be about the peak level.
Any snow?
Let's go and centre the heading and turn across the peak. Let's go and have a look at it. Yeah, I'm slightly higher now. I'm at 12,000 feet, which is slightly higher than the peak. Okay, how are we doing for fuel? I think I need to fill up the fuel when I get to Granada. Okay, let's turn back west.
Down to 1,200 feet.
Amazing scenery.
Yeah, I'm glad the river valley. It's nice.
Looking out across these peaks. I ought to be taking some screenshots probably.
Yeah, it's good. It's history. Above the clouds.
Yep. Now the descent begins. Let's hope I get in before I run out of fuel. I should do. I'm not that far away. Okay.
Oh, I got a bridge. Find that. This is nice, yeah? Another bridge. Tight ravine.
I see the airfield out there.
Do you want to into? Is it GR?
LEGR, yeah.
Yeah.
26,500 feet and descending. Excuse me. Okay, I think I can see where the airfield is. There's a patch of lighter dirt. Okay. Still don't have visuals. Unless that's it over there. I think that's it. I got it. It's in the shadow of a huge cloud. Let's reduce the range. Okay, so after Granada, it's Malaga and then Gibraltar.
Yeah.
I guess fly the coast after we go from Granada. Fly down to the coast. There's various airports to do touch and goes at along the way as well. Right, let's just go straight in. I'm not going to bother with ATC this time. To be honest, they would just tell us to go straight in anyway because of the wind direction. Flaps down. I wonder what time qualifying is this afternoon for the Grand Prix.
No idea, sorry. Where is it?
Bahrain? Or is it Abu Dhabi? I can't remember now. I used to follow Formula 1 a lot more closely than I do these days.
Yeah, I've watched it for a while.
You just touch and go in here.
Yep. Oh no, I needed to get some fuel, didn't I? Just going to quickly land.
Just doing an air refill.
That's a good point actually. Yeah, I'm going to cheat horrendously. Fuel can, lean out the window with the jerry can and fill it up. There we go. Someone said on the chat when we were going over the hilltops, I just saw Julianne trees. Okay, 229 degrees. So if I take a bit of a steeper angle back towards the coast, and range on the map so we can see where we're going.
Got bunched up name tags. Easy to spot, I think.
Is that a Seneca? Or is it a King Air? I can never tell if there's King Air, isn't it?
Yeah, King Air.
That would have been a much more sensible plane to do this actually, because it's that bit quicker, isn't it? The Hawk.
Spitfire, I use a Spitfire slice of Spitfire to get from Gibraltar to Malaga the other night. It was nice. It's got maneuverability.
Yeah, I've got my flaps on 20% just to slide down a bit. These rolling fields are really, really good, aren't they?
Yeah, really nice. Lake as well.
Back off through the mountains in a minute to get to the coast. So the decision now is which gap in the mountains do we take?
There's an airfield ahead of us, the 3,500 feet as well. It's got to be worth a try, isn't it?
Yep. Right.
3,700 feet long, so
That's
that's
high. I want to go for the other end of it though.
Even the plantations of olive trees or almond trees look pretty convincing.
It's amazing, isn't it? So I want to be going 90 degrees. Then have a go at this airfield before we carry on.
me too.
Just wondering where it is. I can't see it yet.
Just on top of that ridge. Oh well, the closest ridge to you.
Right. Oh,
Just
yeah.
to your right.
Yep. I got it.
Yeah, I've got it. Do you hear that?
No?
Yeah, I heard it.
I thought
Nice helicopter pads on.
I wondered what I was supposed to be hearing, whether it was the sound of twisting metal and screaming and
No, it's grounded in. Go for this valley, I think.
where are we going?
This looks like a really low valley here.
Yep.
Where I'm going. Yeah, this is nice. Wind your way through the mountains.
and have a look at the map.
Did anyone else get a glitch then? Like, my whole landscape disappeared. I just had sea.
No. The glitches I tend to get, the sim freezes up for maybe 10-20 seconds and then suddenly relaunches itself.
I've had a couple of those recently where everything disappears to sea. It's a bit of a shock, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's only for a second, so.
Are you still getting them then, John?
Or the big freezes.
Yeah.
Yeah, every so often. I've had one this morning. It just seems to be random when it happens.
Yeah, it's not something I've ever experienced.
I wonder if it's something to do with Ultra.
I mean, I've only got a 1050 Ti in a laptop, and I seem to have less problems than people with sort of top rigs.
Yeah, the computer I used to have that went bang about, was it 6 months ago, there was a 970. And yeah, that could handle flight sim. I was quite surprised it could handle it. The biggest shock for me recently, I went and reinstalled X-Plane to have another look at it. And it really struggled on this hardware. It was massively inferior frame rate wise to flight sim.
It's quite surprising considering how long it's been out. You think they'd have optimised it a little bit.
You know, that was just out of the box with its stock auto-gen scenery. It hadn't got any textures or anything like that. It was just absolute, you know, it was terrible.
I must admit, I was a bit worried about when they announced the cloud server for Microsoft. I thought it was going to cause a few issues, but it doesn't seem to be too bad at the moment. I just hope they don't dumb the simulator down too much to allow it to, the cloud system to cope with it.
Yeah. I think for what you get, it's brilliant value, really, isn't it?
How much is it? Do we get it with this, or we have to pay an extra subscription?
The basic version of the simulator, you just get less aircraft. But it's about 70, I think, for the basic version.
Yeah, I bought it on Steam. They had a sale on. I think it was £49.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. So
What's that for? The cloud grid?
no, you get everything, but the you get all the scenery and the weather and everything. But you just don't get some of the airports and some of the aircraft.
Okay.
Yeah, so the actual environment you fly in comes free with the sim, essentially.
Are we talking about Flight Simulator Cloud now, or are we talking about...
Yeah.
Oh, on the cloud system, you just have to have a Game Pass. Is it Xbox Game Pass?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, you can pay. Yeah, you can get it on the on Game Pass. It's about, is it £10 or £15 a month?
Yeah, it's like that. I thought it was so. Yeah.
Depends which deal you go for, doesn't it?
Then it's supposed to play.
You have to have the top deal, I think, which is about 11 or 12 pound.
Okay, so there's something on top of this hilltop, which is obviously a custom 3D asset.
Oh, you're in the mountains still.
Or maybe not. Where am I heading for? Let's have a look.
The coast head was
Camares.
running parallel to
Tirolina Camares. And the castle of Algiba de Mazmula? I have no idea how you pronounce that. Just go and have a look at it in a moment. Right, full throttle.
So in the cloud, you can play it on your phone or on iPad or something, yeah?
I think so.
With a Bluetooth controller. Sounds good for holidays. Too expensive. Can you just take it out for a few months at a time, do you know?
I don't
You
know.
have to subscribe to every year.
I think you can just dip in and out as you want to.
Good for holidays, yeah.
I need to go and answer the door a second, hang on. Okay, I'm back. Resume. So yeah, they've not really done a proper job on this hilltop place. It's a bit odd.
Yeah, it's a bit stretched out, isn't it?
Yeah.
Foot around from the students better than average. Malaga coast. Just look at the weird shaped palm trees.
There's supposed to be a castle on the adjacent hilltop, and there is nothing there.
You can probably get add-on scenery.
Yeah. I just wondered, with it being the update, it might be there, but it's not. Okay, carry on down to Malaga, see if we can catch up with Seren.
I think they concentrate more on the cities, don't they?
Yeah. Full speed ahead.
Normally I'd say the way the roads follow the contours of the hillsides and mountain sides, it looks a bit silly, but some Spanish mountain roads are like that.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember standing taking photos here when I'm flying that.
There's a comment in the live stream. The world's longest live stream. In a real jet, I could have been in Vladivostok in this time. Yeah, and had the jet impounded.
Yeah, when I sort of woke up and saw you doing these flights, Jonathan, I thought, oh, I'd be finished by the time I get up. Forgotten how long Spain's.
Well, I suppose, yeah, if we'd done it in fighter jets, it would have been over inside an hour. Flat out down the coast.
But in 4 hours in the UK, you covered a lot of it, didn't it?
Yep.
This coast is very long.
Well, I did, it was about 2 or 3 months ago now, when I did that ridiculous live stream, the length of the UK. That was 7 hours, I think. We went all the way from, Orkney Islands, all the way down to Land's End. Okay, so Malaga has obviously got photogrammetry.
Yeah, it's really nice. It had it before, I think. And maybe not.
All the hotels full of holidaymakers with straw donkeys. I'm not going to bother with a touch and go here. It's an international airport.
Fly past it, yeah.
Yeah. Just carry on around the peninsula to Gibraltar to finish. Oh, there's a few planes around. We went. Someone in the live stream is saying, "Are you flying over the Alhambra in Granada?" I'd like to see that. We went past Granada quite some time ago, I think.
Yeah, we should have looked for that, shouldn't we?
Gibraltar is 50 miles up the coast, so we'll fly over the top of Fungarola, Marbella, Estepona, Socha Grande.
Are you still on that same flow?
Sorry?
You still on that same flight from earlier on?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's about 5 hours now. Yeah, 5 hours ago. The stream started. It was about 8:30 this morning, wasn't it? I can see Gibraltar. Hurrah! When I logged back into this, the screens have come up very dim. And I can't remember if it's got brightness controls.
that's mine was this morning.
Is that a bug, do you reckon?
Eh?
Is that a bug?
I don't know. You could very barely see them. And what I ended up doing, excuse me, I just belched. Of course, with having Sim Gear G1000, I just
Yeah.
use that. Yeah, I know what you mean. You can barely see them as if they're faded off.
Yeah.
Might be a bug. Have to see if it's in any other plane.
Well, it reminds me, I've got to write up the newsletter for tomorrow, haven't I? For the put all the flight details in for the group flight.
It's only on Microsoft's site, that's all. I ordered a new mouse this morning.
Oh yeah.
I was just getting a Logitech one. Cheap one. I think it's got about 4 or 5 buttons on it, but I'm not interested.
I just realised when I loaded this back in, it hasn't even got.
So you don't use Track IR or anything like that, do you?
No.
Have you ever tried them and just
Yeah.
not liked them, or?
I've tried Smooth Track, which is very similar. It just uses a mobile phone, and you use the face recognition on the mobile phone. It's actually surprisingly accurate. It's like the poor man's Track IR to try out that kind of technology, but it works well. I just didn't get on with it very well.
Yeah, I use OpenTrack. It's a bit jumpy.
Yeah, Smooth Track and Open Track work together.
Yeah, I've just made a clip, like with 3 LEDs in it.
Yep.
And then I use an old Mobius camera where I've done the settings, so it's just like really dark. So it just picks up the red LEDs and nothing else.
Clever idea.
But yeah, I do find it a bit jumpy, especially when you're trying to adjust your altitude or something.
Yeah.
It's really difficult to keep your mouse on the button.
The thing that makes me laugh is when people try to record a VR headset and put it on YouTube. I can't see the
Waste
point.
of time, innit?
Yeah.
You're not going to see it in 3D on a monitor, so it's a waste of time.
Have you tried VR at all?
Yeah, I've got 2 now because I bought a Reverb, but I did have a Oculus.
You won your Oculus Rift, didn't you?
Or
I've still got the Oculus anyway.
what are your thoughts on the reverb? Because that's what I'm aiming towards, really.
I know it's got much higher resolution, but to be absolutely honest, I can't put my hand on my heart and say it's 100% better, although it's probably double the resolution of my original Rift. And I did have awful problems trying to get it to work. It kept saying I was on the wrong video card and all sorts of things. and you do need. Let me have a look on the screen. I got Steam VR Mixed Reality, Open XR Toolkit, and it will not run the Steam stuff without that, believe it or not. And as well as that, there's Open Mixed Reality Portal.
So you have to run a whole stack of software for it to work.
Well, you don't have to run it, but you have to have. It will pick up one of the mixed reality, depending on if you're opening up a Steam program or like the flight sim. For flight sim, I don't believe you actually need any of those I've just read out. You just when you're in the sim,
Okay, I'm going to answer some of the.
You've got a power lead as well as a USB. You just press Control and Tab, and it turns on. That's when you're in the sim. So it's as easy as that to turn on with Flight Sim, but to get it to work with Steam, I had nightmares. So that's the long and the short of it. But is it worth? I honestly don't think it's worth the extra money on, we'll say, the Oculus. Is it Quest 2 they call it?
Yeah, it doesn't work out that much more expensive though, does it? I don't think.
Sorry?
If you buy the cable for the Quest 2, that's another £90.
No, you can get off-market ones for a few quid. You don't have to buy that one.
Oh, they actually work, do they?
Yeah, definitely.
So we've got some questions in the live chat that we missed while all the entertainment was happening. Someone said, can't we all just enjoy the software as we like it? Exactly. That was the point we were trying to get through and didn't. Someone else has said, that was quite entertaining. Yes, it was.
I'm sorry if I blew me top, but...
someone else has asked, who is this guy and why are you talking to him? I don't understand. Because we're polite, we were still continuing to try and have a conversation.
It's an English problem.
Yeah. Whoa, what's happened to this plane? Oh, there you go, autopilot's now off.
It's like crashing.
Yeah, nearly. I'm trying to read on one screen, fly on another. I've got two keyboards in front of me and two mice.
You're talking to me.
Yeah, talking to you.
I'm talking onto your stream. And they say men can't multitask.
I can't. Okay, let's just, before I go land, let's just go and fly around Gibraltar for a bit and just enjoy how great the scenery is of Gibraltar.
They're stunning, isn't it?
A couple of nice cruise ships in the bay.
Yeah, you can land on them.
I'll fly a lap of the rock before we land and put the plane away.
No, they prefer helicopters.
So yeah, somebody said, how do they get a link into the Virtual Flight Online Discord? All you need to do is go to virtualflight.online on the web, and there is a link to Discord in there. You can also download the transmitter software from Virtual Flight Online, which is what allows us to see our little red aeroplanes on the map.
So we can see everybody with proper labels.
Tio Esteban said, your passengers enjoyed the flight. You may need an air marshal to help it soon.
No guns are allowed.
I might have to pause in a moment. Someone's just coming to the door with a parcel. Hang on, I'll be back in a moment.
It's not my parcel, is it? Forgot to change the address. I've done that before.
Did you have any motion sickness problems at all with your VR?
Some people I know do have it, but I restricted myself initially to no more than half an hour. But some people did have problems that I can't name them, I've forgotten who they were. But yes, you can have motion problems, but it's not, what's the other headset thingy that measures your head movement? I forgot what it's called.
Bit of track IR.
That's with track IR, I had it years ago and I sold it on, but with that, it wasn't while I was using it I was affected. It was when I took it off and I was walking around the house turning my head and not my eyes as much as you do when you've got track IR on. Now, unless you use track IR, you wouldn't understand what I'm getting at. But I was walking around afterwards as if I still had it on, with the head movement and the eye movement.
A bit like when you get off a boat and you still feel like you're moving.
Yeah, very much so. Not quite as chronic, but yes, but that I'm talking about track IR now. How much it affected me afterwards.
Yeah. Well, I use OpenTrack, which is basically a free version of track IR.
Oh,
and I must admit, I had a bit of motion sickness the first few times I used it.
But what you'll notice with a VR headset, there's no comparison with what you're looking at because everything's in 3D.
It is quite odd.
Inside a cockpit with a headset, it's unbelievably good.
Yeah.
Jonathan would confirm that because he's used mine.
Yeah, it's if you get the sim running smoothly enough, it does fool your senses, so you can get almost a queasy feeling. Certainly, we did it with DCS, and DCS is that bit smoother, and for some reason, it's very good at VR, much more so than flight sim. And yeah, when you're tumbling an aeroplane round, it can turn your stomach quite nastily. It fools your senses completely.
If you get seasick easy, you'll get sick in that easy.
I suppose it's because you've got no point of reference, have you?
No.
Well, I guess after a few minutes of it, your brain starts to trust what it's seeing rather than what it's feeling.
The thing is, you're sat motionless, so your body's not moving. Your eyes are seeing you rolling and going.
And after a few minutes, your brain starts to trust what it's seeing. And if you go and dive towards the floor, your stomach does get left behind.
Where it's so realistic, being 3D, you forget and you go to reach out for something, and what you end up doing is punching your keyboard or your monitor. Because you forgot that it's not real. You reach out to touch things, so they there.
Afternoon, all.
Afternoon.
Hi.
Well, I've just had a crash to desktop.
Oh no.
We all.
I thought I was going to have the freeze thing that you get, because it just froze for about 6 or 7 seconds, but then crashed to desktop.
Yeah.
Quite a few people now have heard about crashes. I had it when I initially tried to boot up after the update, but been alright since. Touch wood.
Yeah, I don't often get them, to be honest. I feel like I've been quite lucky. I've flown with quite a few people that seem to get them all the time.
Usually with me it's when I'm trying to do something else, like look at a chart or, opening a browser while it's running, daft things.
Yeah, for some reason, the more I do with my laptop, the better it seems to work. But at first I used to avoid having Discord open. I'd have Discord on my phone and just listening. And I didn't have the open track running or anything like that. Because I was trying to keep everything to just Flight Simulator. And I had more problems then than I do now.
Yeah. You can't put your finger on something, but you can look in event viewers, sometimes it don't even list anything, you know, to see what crashes occurred.
I didn't even know you could do that.
Yeah, if you open the event viewer and go to, you know, you can find a list of errors that caused the crash. That's the easiest way of finding out if it, you know, something in your computer or program it don't like. I usually get it. I'll use a FS Tram mapping program, and it that sometimes causes it to send a crash, but it always lists that one.
I've got to admit though, on the whole, Flight Sim is extremely good.
Oh God, if you compared it to 20 years ago, oh dear. Well, maybe a few more years than 20 years ago, but I mean, it was just wireframe graphics. The airport was just 2 lines when you got to it.
Well, it still is wireframe, but they're filled in very prettily.
Yeah, there's like flat clouds and stuff on it.
Well, the first one I saw didn't have clouds. It didn't even have land. It was just the airport with 2 lines.
Yeah.
And
Right.
that only appeared when you were like about 2 miles away.
Just trying to lose some altitude and speed.
It's my first time with you guys. I am from Belgium.
Oh, nice to meet you.
And I am a 45-year-old dad of 2, occupational therapist, and a flight enthusiast.
Ah,
So my English is a bit off. I have to look for words sometimes, but I understand it pretty much.
It's better than my Belgian.
I was going to say, yeah, your English is much better than my Belgian as well.
Thanks.
So, Belgian beer and chips, or fries as you might call them.
Yeah, we get your Belgian beer over here.
It's a great beer.
It is. It usually costs more than our beer.
Answer me a question.
Yes.
With your fries, do you call them French fries or Belgian fries?
We just call them fries.
All right.
And whenever people call them French fries, we say no. Originally they came from Belgium.
Yeah, but nobody, unless you've been there, would know how good they are. They are. I've never had any poor ones, to put it like that.
Personally, I like the waffles.
Oh, also great.
Anyway, welcome to the madhouse.
Glad to be here. I pretty much enjoyed the flight. I was flying the Spitfire, by the way.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I think I saw it as a Mooney because I haven't got a Spitfire, so.
Don't sink.
Yeah, it's a nice flying.
Sink. Don't sink. Don't
Thanks.
sink. Don't sink.
When
Don't
you were
sink.
flying the Hawk
Don't sink.
earlier,
Don't
Joe,
sink.
why
Don't
didn't I
sink.
see it
Don't
as a
sink.
Hawk?
I have
Don't
no idea.
sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
Maybe the livery?
Don't sink. Don't sink.
I think you were in a stock one, weren't you, Jeff?
Don't sink.
Yeah, it was a stock one.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. The Spit from Flying Irons and the 40 Squadron livery.
I haven't got the flying iron one. I've got the airplane.
Yeah. I've
Yeah,
got both.
I've got the flying iron one. You were showing up as a Spitfire.
But I have seen if you select different liveries, even with stock planes,
500.
when you're in a group flight, you better choose the same liveries to see the planes.
Yeah, I think there's something to do with resources, isn't there?
Yeah.
We were suspecting that yesterday, talking about it. If there's enough complicated aeroplanes around, it starts substituting them for any old aeroplane.
Uh-huh.
With everybody looking at Spain, it was quite a bit about, wasn't it?
Yeah.
At 11:30 last night, there were still hundreds about.
Right, I'm going to come in and land, and then I'm going to cut off the YouTube stream. Obviously, I'll stay hanging around in Discord. But
Yeah, and everyone's forgotten all about poor old Australia, and now Spain's come out.
How do you guys track each other's flights?
How do you mean?
Like seeing on a second screen where everybody is?
Yes, so I use a little nav map to do that.
Ah, okay, okay.
And I've got a program I wrote called Transmitter.
500.
Ah, okay. Yeah, we use flight events.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's lots of little programs that do the same trick,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah. But I know Transmitter too.
Jonathan wrote
Yeah.
Great.
I was just looking for an easy way of making aeroplanes appear on the map and thought, oh, I could do that.
Well, with labels.
Yeah.
Point.
But yeah, there's lots of other options now. It's a shame that they still haven't released the API for the multiplayer, because as soon as they do that, you know, all the mapping programs will all support it, and it'll be easy.
Yeah. Be 10 times better.
It will.
If they do that, see, they'll even appear on my FS Tram.
Exactly. It will solve lots of problems.
Yeah. Perhaps we ought to all add that for
Well, no,
also
nobody can do it because Microsoft haven't released the API for it.
Is it something that they've got on their schedule?
I have no idea. I haven't even looked.
That's what I'm on about. Go to where they do.
We'll go to a
this.
Sobo and get it voted on their wall. Yeah, that's a good point. We could. Why is there a forklift parked right in the parking at the terminal?
Well, at least he ain't driving through you.
He's just sat listening to his Walkman. Or is he sat eating his sandwiches, maybe?
Having a siesta.
In France, it'll be at 3 hours.
I'm being passive aggressive with a Kodiak with the propeller running. Threatening to chop up his forklift. I've had an accident. I didn't really plan that.
Picture your boss. Come and have a look at this.
That's a good point. If I just sit...
That's what happens to me every time I use reverse.
So if I go reverse...
When you say reverse, is that pushback?
Anyway,
It's got reverse throttle, doesn't it?
yeah, you can reverse the pitch on the propellers.
Oh.
Hi guys,
Hello!
Right.
Hello.
I'm just testing this to see if I'm coming through, but
You are?
Yeah.
can't seem to hear anybody.
Ah.
I'm trying to tell you then.
So
That's a catch-22, isn't it?
it is. We can't tell him how, but if he can see the YouTube live stream, he'll find out in half a minute that we're talking about him. Let me just turn off this airplane so it stops making a racket. There we go.
Can you hear us? First question.
So let me just stay on the live stream. What you need to do in Discord is go and click on the cog at the bottom left of Discord. It will take you to the settings for Discord. You go to voice and video, and at the top you can choose your input and output device.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear us now? Apparently not. So you need to choose.
Take that as a no.
Yeah, you need to choose your output device to choose your speakers on your computer. Or your headset, whatever you're using. Other than that, that's all there is to it. The other thing you could possibly have wrong, if you go and right click on this speaker in the tray in Windows and open the mixer, you can see the volume level of each application. So you might need to up the volume of Discord potentially. Otherwise, that's about it really. Obviously, usually it's the microphone people have a problem with, isn't it? But his microphone was working.
Yeah, he's discovered which one he's using for that. He needs to discover where his sound is being sent to.
I should do a little YouTube video, shouldn't I? I'm sure there's hundreds out there about how to set Discord up.
Oh, actually, I can hear you on YouTube.
Yeah.
I can hear you on YouTube.
That's what we suspected.
Listen then, and he'll tell you.
Well, he'll have seen it by the time he hears you say that.
I'll shut up.
Oh dear. The challenge.
I've just looked at my volume mixer. Why would I have two for Discord?
That's a really good question. You should only have one. Are you running it twice?
No.
Can you open Task Manager and just check?
Anyway, I'm going to stop the live stream there, and I'll hang around in Discord for a bit. But I'm kind of simulated out now. That was, I think, getting on for 6 hours. So I need to go to OBS and stop the live stream. So 5, 4, 3, 2,